031 We all want to be the other's father. Uchiha Tamaki considered for a while, and finally decided to enter the forest. The main reason was that he had chosen the direction 3 times, and each time he had chosen the forest. Not long after entering, Uchiha Tamaki smelled the aroma of grilled fish. Uchiha Tamaki followed the scent and soon saw a young man grilling fish by the river. Splash! Huo Yuhao was startled, turned his head, and saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy emerging from the woods. Big brother, got anything to eat? Uchiha Tamaki hadn't properly eaten a meal in a long time, and his own cooking skills were poor. Every time he ended up spitting out half of what he ate. If the guy in front of him said no, he would kill him first and then steal his grilled fish. Of course, little brother, come over quickly. Huo Yuhao waved his hand and handed the grilled fish in his hand to Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki immediately started gobbling it down. Damn, this is so delicious, this is what people should eat. He really should let Deidara and the others come over to learn this skill. Little brother, are you here to hunt spirits alone? Huo Yuhao asked. No, I'm lost. After finishing the grilled fish in his hand, Uchiha Tamaki still wanted more and glanced at the small river beside him. He waved his hand, and vines drilled out of the ground, forming a net. The vine net fell into the water by itself, and Uchiha Tamaki pulled hard, hauling up more than 10 fish of various sizes. Huo Yuhao showed a look of surprise upon seeing this scene. What exquisite spirit power control! He could create such a large net without even using a spirit ability. You are here to hunt spirits, right? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Yes, grill a few more fish for me, and I'll help you hunt spirits, Uchiha Tamaki said. Ah, that might not be good. Huo Yuhao saw that Uchiha Tamaki was younger than him and didn't even have a spirit ring, which meant Uchiha Tamaki hadn't truly become a spirit master yet. Although he had witnessed the exquisite skill with which Uchiha Tamaki controlled his spirit, without spirit rings or spirit abilities, his combat strength couldn't be that high. Stop nagging and hurry up and grill the fish. I haven't eaten anything proper in over 10 days. Alright, Huo Yuhao hadn't eaten his fill either, so he started grilling fish. Just then, a female voice came from a distance, so fragrant. Is that the smell of grilled fish? Soon after, 2 more keen noses followed the scent over. They were all in their teens. The male was tall and handsome with clear eyes, and the female had a beautiful face with bright, lively eyes. If it were just the grilled fish, Uchiha Tamaki couldn't be certain, but with these 2 added, he could confirm it. The one grilling the fish was Huo Yuhao, and the other 2 were Bebe and Tang Ya. 2 little brothers, can we buy 2 of your grilled fish? Bebe asked in a gentle tone. Huo Yuhao looked at Uchiha Tamaki, who pointed to an empty spot. If you want to eat, come over. Thank you so much, 2 little brothers. Are you here to hunt spirits? He is. I'm here to help him hunt spirits, Uchiha Tamaki said. You, help him hunt spirits? Bebe and Tang Ya looked at Uchiha Tamaki with suspicion. The youth in front of them was even younger than the brother grilling the fish. Who could he possibly help hunt spirits? I am Bebe, and this is Tang Ya. She is my teacher. We are all students of Shrek Academy. Teacher. Huo Yuhao looked curiously at Bebe and Tang Ya. Bebe seemed a bit older, so why was he Tang Ya's student? This relationship was confusing. However, when Huo Yuhao heard Shrek Academy, a bright light flashed in his eyes. I am Huo Yuhao, Uchiha Tamaki. Aren't you brothers? Our relationship is more complicated. How complicated? We all want to be the other's father. Quote. Little brother Yuhao, where are you from? Who do you have at home? Tang Ya asked. I come from the Star Luo Empire. I have no parents. I am all alone now, and I don't know where I should go. Huo Yuhao sank back into a low, depressed mood. That's great. As soon as Tang Ya spoke, she immediately realized she had misspoke. No, what I meant was, do you want to join the Tang sect? The Tang sect. Huo Yuhao suddenly looked up. Since childhood, he had always heard his mother talk about the Tang sect and Shrek. Therefore, in his mind, both the Tang sect and Shrek had a positive filter. Isn't the Tang sect destroyed? Uchiha Tamaki said coldly. Not at all. Although our Tang sect suffered a great catastrophe, as long as I am not dead, the Tang sect has not perished. I will rebuild the Tang sect. What's there to rebuild? An outdated school that should have disappeared into the long river of history by following the trend, Uchiha Tamaki unhesitatingly struck back. Don't you dare speak about my Tang sect like that. Tang Ya was furious, and Beibei's face darkened. Uchiha Tamaki, I demand you apologize to Xiao Ya. A weapons dealer who built his fortune on munitions, whose business was impacted by the shockwaves from attacks on spirit tools, eventually leading to decline. Is there anything worth cherishing about that? Uchiha Tamaki said dismissively. You're talking nonsense. Our Tang sect's ancestor, Tang-san, saved the Douluo continent, and the Tang sect was established under the expectations of the masses. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao, then at Tang Ya and Beibei. Let me tell you the truth. This so-called saving the Douluo continent is completely fabricated, it's just the victor's narrative. During the time when Spirit Hall existed 10,000 years ago, all commoners could awaken for free and receive a monthly living subsidy of 1 gold coin after reaching the first ring. Spirit Hall launched a unification war to eliminate conflict, but Tang-san, who came from a commoner background, betrayed his own class and defeated Spirit Hall. Since then, commoners no longer have the chance for free awakening, nor do they receive the gold coin subsidy. You're lying. Our Shrek Academy is still conducting awakenings for commoners. PFF. Are you expecting all the commoners on the continent to travel thousands of miles to Shrek Academy to awaken? Uchiha Tamaki mocked the indignant Beibei and Tang Ya. This is just your one-sided story, Beibei said angrily, clenching his fists. Whether you accept it or not, this is the fact. Uchiha Tamaki shrugged nonchalantly. Nowadays, if you don't serve the nobles as a dog, you can't get an admission recommendation letter from Shrek Academy. When Shrek Academy was first established, it was a commoner's academy. Now, it's just a watchdog for the noble class. Shut up. Beibei exploded in rage and lunged towards Uchiha Tamaki. Whoosh. In the next instant, Uchiha Tamaki vanished from in front of Beibei. Beibei, watch your back. Tang Ya hurriedly warned. Uchiha Tamaki grabbed Beibei by the back of his neck with one hand and pressed him to the ground. What? You can't win the argument, so you resort to violence. It really is just like your Shrek Academy's motto, only picking on those who are easy to bully. Let me go. Tang Ya immediately activated blue-silver binding. But in the next moment, a root drilled out of the ground and instantly bound Tang Ya. Seeing this, Beibei immediately activated Thunderous Might. But his meager attack power didn't even have the effect of briefly paralyzing Uchiha Tamaki. 032 Invincible in the universe, above heaven and below earth, master of the 6 directions and 8 desolations, super handsome, Sharingan. Uchiha Tamaki plucked a stalk of blue-silver grass by his feet. This particular stalk was blue tinged with black. Hey, dark blue-silver grass. This is a perfect seedling for an evil soul master. 10,000 years of cultivation by the Tang sect has produced an evil soul master. You're talking nonsense. Let me go. Tang Ya shouted angrily. Let me tell you the truth about blue-silver grass, Uchiha Tamaki said, looking at Tang Ya with a grin. Your ancestor Tang-san's spirit wasn't blue-silver grass, but the blue-silver emperor. Furthermore, he had a nearly 100,000-year-old blue-silver king sacrifice itself to him, which is why he could become a god. Meanwhile, generations of the Tang sect have absorbed poison and dark attribute spirit beasts, long since polluting the source of the blue-silver grass. It mutated from ordinary blue-silver grass into dark blue-silver grass. A Tang sect that doesn't even understand its own clan's spirit actually wants to rebuild. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao. If you join the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, you'll only be wasting your potential. Your spirit power is only at rank 10 right now. Even if you enter Shrek Academy, you'll be expelled during the freshman assessment in a month. Huo Yuhao's expression shifted several times, and Uchiha Tamaki's smile became even more wicked. Shrek Academy only recruits geniuses because they have neither the ability nor the interest to cultivate commoners. Geniuses can become geniuses anywhere. If they could cultivate ordinary people into talents, then they would truly be the #1 academy on the continent. Then, where should I go? Go to the body sect. It's a place where like-minded people treat their original body martial souls like family. They can help you develop your spirit better, and regardless of whether your talent is good or bad, they will do their best to help you. Body sect. Huo Yuhao looked at Uchiha Tamaki. How do you know my spirit is? Uchiha Tamaki's eyes began to change, revealing the 3 tomo. From the first moment I saw you, I saw through your spirit, because my spirit is also a pair of eyes. Huo Yuhao looked at Uchiha Tamaki's eyes in wonder, suddenly feeling a sense of kinship. It turned out both their spirits were eyes, even if they looked a bit different. He still felt it was a stroke of fate. Are you from the body sect too? No, but I am looking for the body sect and plan to join. Inside Tang Ya's heart, a voice was urging her, telling her to stop Huo Yuhao from joining the body sect. What are these eyes of yours called? Invincible in the universe, above heaven and below earth, master of the 6 directions and 8 desolations, super handsome, Sharingan, Uchiha Tamaki said. Quote. Yuhao, our Tang sect still has many secret techniques. We have the mysterious heaven skill, purple demon eye, and mysterious jade hand. These were the foundations for our ancestor Tang San to become a god. PFF'd, if these things could really make someone a god, how many disciples in the generations of the Tang sect after Tang San have actually become gods? Uchiha Tamaki mocked. Uchiha Tamaki released Bebe and also let go of Tang Ya. Let's go, old Huo. I'll help you hunt for a spirit. Okay. Huo Yuhao finally decided to follow Uchiha Tamaki and join the body sect. Tang Ya was about to give chase, but she was pulled back by Bebe. Xiao Ya, don't chase them. We can't beat that Uchiha Tamaki. Tang Ya's eyes were filled with anxiety. I have to get Huo Yuhao to join the Tang sect. I can feel it, he is the hope for our Tang sect's rise. We need to plan this carefully. Chasing them now won't help. Not being able to beat Uchiha Tamaki was the biggest reason for their failed recruitment. Why is that Uchiha Tamaki so strong? His spirit is his eyes, yet he can control plants. Bebe's pupils suddenly constricted. He has twin spirits. We must return to Shrek Academy. I need to report this news to the Academy's higher-ups. How are you going to tell the higher-ups? Tang Ya still didn't know Bebe's true identity. After a while, Huo Yuhao and Uchiha Tamaki had become very close. Huo Yuhao called Uchiha Tamaki Xiao Huan, while Uchiha Tamaki called him Old Huo. At that moment, Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao had just pushed through a dense thicket. They finally found a slightly more open area where several large trees had taken root, hogging most of the nutrients. Phew, this place is terrible to walk through. Uchiha Tamaki was panting. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed over their heads. Huo Yuhao looked up and saw over a dozen spirit beasts in the trees. These beasts looked like monkeys or apes, snowy white all over with long, slender arms, each about the size of an adult human. Uchiha Tamaki looked up and saw the group of spirit beasts. God-slaying wind baboons. Xiao Huan, run! But the group of spirit beasts had already lunged down from the treetops. Uchiha Tamaki's Sharingan activated. Demonic illusion. Shackling stakes technique. Thud, thud, thud. All the wind baboons crashed to the ground instantly. Even though they were bleeding from the fall, they didn't move, lying on the ground with dull expressions. Go over and give each of them a stab. Huo Yuhao was dumbstruck. Xiao Huan, they've all fallen under my genjutsu. Huo Yuhao looked at Uchiha Tamaki's eyes, and a hint of envy couldn't help but rise in his heart. If only his own eyes could be this powerful. However, Huo Yuhao didn't forget the task at hand. He drew his dagger and quickly ran to the wind baboons, finishing them off one by one. Then, over a dozen spirit rings appeared. Huo Yuhao noticed a yellow spirit ring among them and couldn't help looking at Uchiha Tamaki. Xiao Huan, can I have that yellow spirit ring? This isn't a mental type spirit beast ring, Uchiha Tamaki said. You deserve the best. Just wait, the most suitable spirit beast will deliver itself to you shortly. At that exact moment, a terrifying mental storm swept through the entire area. Then the ground cracked open, and a plump, massive silkworm crawled out from the fissure. Ha, I'm finally free. Facing the silkworm before him, Huo Yuhao's body went stiff, and he broke into a cold sweat. This terrifying mental pressure. How many years old was this spirit beast? If I could cry, I'd be in tears right now. To think I'd encounter 2 humans with the mental attribute. Ha. The silkworm looked between Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao, then immediately locked onto Uchiha Tamaki. It's you. The newcomer was naturally the greatest. Cheat, in douluo, the heavenly dream iceworm. The next moment, the heavenly dream iceworm rushed toward Uchiha Tamaki. It could still distinguish which of the two, Uchiha Tamaki or Huo Yuhao, had greater potential. While Huo Yuhao's mental force was decent, it was far inferior compared to Uchiha Tamaki's. But a moment later, a mental force no weaker than the heavenly dream iceworms blocked it. Hey, let me sacrifice myself to you. Do you know who I am? I am the one and only million-year-old mental-type intelligent spirit beast, the heavenly dream iceworm. Huo Yuhao's breathing slowed. A million-year spirit beast. Sacrifice. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. If he had to lose the origin of one spirit ring slot just for a million-year spirit ring, he felt it would be a losing trade. 033 We need to let investors see our shining points. The heavenly dream iceworm is of mental and ice attributes, which are not suitable for my Sharingan. Although the mental attribute matches, the ice attribute is not suitable. Heavenly dream, he is more suitable for you. Uchiha Tamaki pointed at Huo Yuhao and said, Him, no, he's too weak, he simply can't bear my million-year mental force. I say you can, and you can. Now, sacrifice to him. As for the excess mental force, temporarily transform it into mental origin and seal it away. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly erupted with spirit power, which began to condense around him, transforming into a black half-body giant that reached out and pressed down on the heavenly dream iceworm, or I'll crush you right now. Ah, don't be like this, I'll sacrifice. The heavenly dream iceworm felt both aggrieved and angry. After all, it was a million-year spirit beast, and this kid actually didn't appreciate it. But seeing how powerful Uchiha Tamaki was, it also felt somewhat unwilling. Compared to Huo Yuhao, it obviously believed more that Uchiha Tamaki could become a god. The heavenly dream iceworm looked at Huo Yuhao again, its body igniting with a red light that enveloped both it and Huo Yuhao simultaneously. Huo Yuhao never expected that he would actually receive the sacrifice of a million-year spirit beast. And for his sake, Uchiha Tamaki had actively refused the heavenly dream iceworm and even gave the opportunity to him. This made him increasingly grateful to Uchiha Tamaki. Right at this moment, a huge vortex cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, as if something had transmigrated through space and descended. Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. A black light directly entered the center of Huo Yuhao's brow. Inside Huo Yuhao's mental force, Huo Yuhao was communicating with Heavenly Dream when he suddenly saw a gray sphere intruding into his mental world. Heavenly Dream immediately became agitated and used a mental impact to attack the gray sphere. But the gray sphere emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The timid Heavenly Dream, sensing that dangerous aura, immediately withdrew its attack. Forget it. I won't bother with this guy. The sacrifice lasted for 3 hours, and Huo Yuhao's communication with the Heavenly Dream Iceworm also lasted for 3 hours. Uchiha Tamaki stood guard beside him for those 3 hours. Old Huo, done. Little Huan, thank you. Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand. That silkworm baby is more suitable for you. Little Huan, Heavenly Dream brother is. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. Don't tell me your secrets. But I feel I shouldn't hide anything from you. Actually, the Heavenly Dream Iceworm also wanted Uchiha Tamaki to know what he had missed out on. Heavenly Dream brother said he would help me become a god. The Heavenly Dream Iceworm stared at Uchiha Tamaki through Huo Yuhao's perspective, wanting to see Uchiha Tamaki regret it, to see him weep bitterly. But Uchiha Tamaki remained calm from beginning to end, showing no expression of regret whatsoever. That's good. Since you have a goal, move forward toward it. Uchiha Tamaki patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Let's go, we're going to find the body sect. Little Huan, where are we going to find the body sect? It's hard for us to find them, so we'll make them come to us. Huh, is that possible? As long as the body sect knows that there are 2 original body martial souls wandering outside, they will definitely come looking for us. They truly treat every original body martial soul as their own family. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll teach you some methods for using I-type spirits. Uchiha Tamaki said. Huo Yuhao's spirit is the spiritual eyes, which possess meticulous observation, X-ray vision, and mental impact abilities. So, the genjutsu of their Uchiha clan should also be something Huo Yuhao can learn. Let's go, we'll talk more after we get out. Right now, I just want to find a place to take a bath. The next day, they finally found a spirit beast hunting town. Uchiha Tamaki walked while tossing a bone in his hand. The bone emitted a wave of spirit power. Little Huan, have you noticed that the way people look at us along the way is different? I've seen it. Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Why are they all looking at us like that? Probably because of this bone in my hand. This isn't a spirit bone, is it? Huo Yuhao asked. No, but I injected spirit power into it and used mental force to disguise it, so in their eyes, what I'm holding is a spirit bone. Huh, why? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao. Do you have money? 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins are completely insufficient for us to enjoy ourselves with food, drink, and fun, so I need someone to see our shining points and actively invest in us. Invest? Huo Yuhao looked puzzled. As they reached the entrance of a small alley, suddenly more than a dozen people blocked their path. Kid, hand over the spirit bone in your hand. Uchiha Tamaki looked at these dozen or so people. They were all spirit masters. Good. Spirit masters meant they had money. See, the investors have come to us on their own. Uchiha Tamaki stepped forward. Now, hand over all your money. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Huo Yuhao. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The group of spirit masters. A few minutes later, Huo Yuhao finally understood. Watching Uchiha Tamaki skillfully search the money pouches and storage spirit tools from these spirit masters. This was basically entrapment all along the way. What investors? It was completely about taking their principal. But it had to be said, with this money, their quality of life visibly improved. Shrek Academy, Sea God Island. A hunched old man lay in a rocking chair, enjoying the afternoon sun. Just then, Bebe came over from a distance. The old man slightly opened his eyes, he looked extremely tired. But seeing Bebe's angry expression, he couldn't help but show concern. Bebe, did something happen? Was the spirit beast hunt with Xiaoya not smooth? The old man was the 99th level super douluo Muen, the current master of the Sea God Pavilion, and also Bebe's profound ancestor. Profound ancestor, I met a detestable kid. Although several days had passed, Bebe's anger still hadn't subsided. What detestable kid, to make you this angry? He said our Shrek Academy is a fraud seeking fame, and that we are the running dogs of the nobility. Muen's expression stiffened. Tell me the details of what happened. Bebe didn't exaggerate, and then recounted the process of their encounter and the conflict that ensued. Muen was silent for a moment, then said in a gentle tone, all right, this matter is over. For you, it's also a good experience. At least it lets you know that there is always someone better, and mountains beyond mountains. Being defeated by a kid younger than you, shouldn't you cultivate harder? Regarding what that youth named Uchiha Tamaki said, Muen knew in his heart that it was all true. This wasn't some secret, it was simply undeniable. Despite Shrek Academy's current lofty status, it was all built upon the honor established by the nobility. If one day those nobles were no longer willing to praise Shrek Academy would also fade into obscurity. Profound ancestor, that brat slandered Shrek Academy like that, aren't you going to do something about it? Do what? Send someone to capture the kid. His tone showed extreme admiration and reverence for the Spirit Hall. I think he might be a remnant of the Spirit Hall from 10,000 years ago. After 10,000 years, what Spirit Hall could remain? Don't talk nonsense anymore. Muen's tone was nonchalant. Whether the Spirit Hall still had some hidden forces? That was certainly possible, but even those reclusive individuals probably no longer wanted revenge, so there was no need to pursue such matters. As for whether that child was a Spirit Hall remnant, most likely not. If he really were a Spirit Hall remnant, how could he openly say such things? They would be keeping a low profile, not drawing attention. Seeing that Muen was unwilling to deal with this matter, Bebe still felt indignant. Since his profound ancestor was unwilling to handle it, he would find someone who was. Bebe thought of Yan Xiaoj, the dean of the spirit department at Shrek Academy. 034 Where are the cheers? Where is the applause? Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao traveled all the way, relying on the sponsorship of a large group of kind-hearted people, eating, drinking, and having fun along the way. At this moment, they were in a local gang's headquarters, and Uchiha Tamaki was counting gold coins. Open black lens bracket author's note, I hope readers will remember our domain name. For Taiwan novels, come to the super reliable, close black lens bracket. Xiao Huan, is it really okay for us to do this? Huo Yuhao asked somewhat guiltily. Look, the Tang sect has been selling arms for thousands of years, and then they take out a tiny portion for charity. For thousands of years, they've been able to live with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, we're robbing the rich to help the poor along the way, yet you actually feel embarrassed. You really are too kind. But I haven't seen you go out to help the poor once. We are the poor. All right, say no more. Tonight we're going to live it up. I'll pick out a few beautiful young ladies for you. Ah, isn't that inappropriate? Do you know the backgrounds of those young ladies? Xiao Huan, you know. A gambling father, a sick mother, a brother who dropped out of school, and her own broken life. Are we paying for a service? No, we are doing a good deed. We're using the money we snatched from evil men to help these young ladies. Tell me, what's wrong with that? Ah, all right then. Huo Yuhao was speechless. At night, Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao walked out of a bar. Huo Yuhao's face was covered in lipstick marks. Suddenly, Tianmeng's voice rang out in Huo Yuhao's mind. Yuhao, there's danger. Huo Yuhao's eyes, which were originally dazed, instantly became clear. First spirit ability, spiritual sharing. First spirit ability, spiritual detection. Huo Yuhao immediately shared his vision with Uchiha Tamaki. Actually, even without Huo Yuhao's spiritual sharing, he had already noticed the newcomers. 1 spirit emperor, 2 spirit kings, and over 20 spirit masters and spirit grandmasters. At that moment, a spirit grandmaster covered in scars limped out. Boss, it's these 2 kids. They're the ones who stole our money and burned our warehouse. The injured spirit grandmaster pointed at Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao with tears and snot streaming down his face. The spirit emperor's expression darkened. You're the ones who destroyed my warehouse. Huo Yuhao's expression turned solemn as he whispered, Xiao Huan, should we run? Run, why run? Watch your big brother perform. At the same time, on the rooftops on both sides of the street, another group of people was standing. They were the 7-member team from the Shrek monitoring team. Captain Ma Xiaotao, and members Dai Yuang, Chen Zifeng, Shishi, Gongyang Mo, Ling Luokan, and Yao Haoshuan. Ma Xiaotao was a level 67 Spirit Emperor, and Dai Yuang was a level 64 Spirit Emperor. Everyone else in the monitoring team was also at the Spirit King level. Of course, there was also the team's accessory, the level 33 Bebe. However, they were currently shrouded by a spirit tool barrier, preventing their presence from leaking out. Captain, should we make a move? Who are those people? Ma Xiaotao asked. They're from the local wild dog gang. They deal in poisonous herbs. A while ago, those 2 kids stole their money and burned their poison warehouse, Chen Zifeng said. Then let it be. We'll wait until they're done with their dog-eat-dog fight, Ma Xiaotao said with a hint of hostility in her eyes. I really don't know why teacher wanted our entire monitoring team to mobilize just to catch 2 kids. Just treat it as a vacation. Dai Yuang crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield on the street below. Bebe, meanwhile, was staring intently at Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki took out a kunai and threw it toward the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor laughed when he saw the incoming kunai. The kunai was flying slowly and without force. Even if he stood still, it wouldn't be able to break his defense. What is he doing? What's the point of such a weak attack? Ma Xiaotao asked with a frown. Can any of you tell? How old is he? He's not even 10. It's already impressive that he didn't just run away, Dai Yuang said dismissively. Don't underestimate him, he's very strong. Xiaoya and I couldn't even last a single move against him, and back then, he hadn't even activated his spirit, Bebe said. The members of the monitoring team all gave Bebe meaningful looks. Although they said nothing, it was as if they had said everything. Their meaning was simple. It wasn't that the kid was too strong, but that you were too weak. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly vanished from his spot and reappeared the next moment in front of the kunai's flight path. He caught the kunai in one hand while a Rasengan appeared in the other. From a distance of less than half a meter, the Rasengan was pressed directly against the Spirit Emperor's head. Boom! The Spirit Emperor's head exploded instantly, and his headless corpse fell straight to the ground. Uchiha Tamaki spread his arms. Where are the cheers? Where is the applause? There was dead silence at the scene, everyone's faces filled with shock and bewilderment. A Spirit Emperor. Instant killed. The Spirit Emperor's subordinates were terrified. At the same time, the members of the Shrek monitoring team hidden on the roof were also shaken. Was that teleportation? Ma Xiaotao's expression was grave. If that move had been used against her just now, she wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed either. It's that strangely shaped dagger. He can teleport to the position of the dagger's flight path. A sharp light flashed in Beibei's eyes. Recalling the scene, everyone realized it was true. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why he threw that strange dagger in the first place. Then we just need to be on guard against that teleportation, Dai Yuang said. The Shrek monitoring team weren't the only ones who saw through the trick. The remaining 2 spirit kings of the Wild Dog Gang did as well. Let's go together and kill this kid. There are so many of us, why should we fear a single brat? Now that the boss is dead, we'll split the local business shares between us from now on. One of the spirit kings incited. The thugs, who had been retreating, began to hesitate again. The 2 spirit kings looked at each other and whispered, "Strike together." At that very instant, Uchiha Tamaki's kunai was thrown out once more. Only this time, the kunai was more than 10 times faster than before. The kunai shot toward the spirit king on the left, who immediately retreated upon seeing it. The spirit king on the right immediately moved toward the one on the left. At the same time, his body began to show feline characteristics. His spirit was likely a tiger type. Just then, another kunai appeared from Uchiha Tamaki's sleeve. He tossed it casually, and this kunai caught up to the first one from behind. Clang! The 2 kunai collided, and their trajectories shifted simultaneously. The 2 spirit kings didn't have time to track the paths of the 2 kunai. Whoosh! Uchiha Tamaki teleported again, appearing on the trajectory of the second kunai. Grabbing the kunai, he used a move like a wild goose, leaving no trace, the kunai slashing across the right spirit king's throat. The remaining spirit king's expression froze in shock as Uchiha Tamaki teleported once more, appearing behind him and plunging the kunai into his back. Ah! The first boss, second boss, and third boss are all dead. Run! The remaining thugs scattered in a panic. Uchiha Tamaki flicked the blood off his kunai. The expressions of the Shrek monitoring team members were solemn. Strong. That youth was excessively strong. In just 1 minute, a spirit emperor and 2 spirit kings had all been killed. Everyone's gaze fell on Ma Xiaotao, waiting for her orders. We'll move tomorrow. His dagger is hard to track at night, Ma Xiaotao said. Everyone breathed a secret sigh of relief. The boy wasn't old, but his strikes were decisive and ruthless. If they moved now, they really couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be casualties. If necessary, when the battle starts tomorrow, we should take that Huo Yuhao first and use him as a hostage, Dai Yuang suggested. 035 Old Huo, have a safe journey. That night was a massive shock to everyone in the Shrek monitoring team. The strength of that child was excessively terrifying. The key point was that he hadn't even used his spirit or spirit abilities yet. Was that teleportation skill a self-created spirit ability? Huo Yuhao also asked the same question. It is a self-created spirit ability, but I estimate you won't be able to learn it, you don't have the space attribute. Xiao Huan, what attribute is your Sharingan, exactly? Mental, time, and space, Uchiha Tamaki replied. Huo Yuhao was extremely envious. The battle footage of Uchiha Tamaki just now was truly visually impactful. He instantly killed a spirit emperor, and then finished off 2 spirit kings in 2 moves. Yuhao, don't be envious of this guy. I have granted you a second spirit, Tianmeng comforted him in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. Of course, Tianmeng also held quite a few grievances against Uchiha Tamaki. This fellow actually refused brother Tianmeng's sacrifice, he was truly blind. Just wait and see, once I cultivate Yuhao, you'll be the one crying then. Naturally, Uchiha Tamaki was unaware of Tianmeng's extensive inner monologue. Your spiritual eye is a pure mental attribute, so you should still focus on illusion techniques. Additionally, I can teach you the Rasengan. What Rasengan? Uchiha Tamaki raised his palm, and a deep blue energy sphere rotated above it. Huo Yuhao could feel the immense energy contained within that energy sphere. By the way, Xiao Huan, what rank are you now? 3 black spirit rings rose beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. Ah, impossible. Upon seeing this, Tianmeng immediately screamed wildly in Huo Yuhao's mind. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was already too shocked by Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings to speak. Xiao Huan, how did you do that? Uchiha Tamaki revealed his wood-release spirit ring, first summoning a large tree, immediately followed by a circle of blood-red spirit rings appearing at the base of the tree. Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng fell into shock once again. I first received the sacrifice of a plant spirit beast, and then my physique and vitality were strengthened to an unprecedented degree. My strength can rival that of a strength-type spirit saint, and my Sharingan naturally possesses powerful mental force, which allowed me to qualify for absorbing a 10,000-year first ring. Huo Yuhao no longer knew what to say. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao, who seemed somewhat defeated. Old Huo, you have the unprecedented million-year first ring, do you really need to look so dejected in front of me? Huo Yuhao gave a wry smile. Others might not know about his million-year spirit ring, but how could Uchiha Tamaki not know? If Uchiha Tamaki hadn't shown restraint, how could he have obtained the million-year first ring? Tianmeng felt somewhat depressed again. Huo Yuhao was good and suited his attributes well. However, the Uchiha Tamaki before him was undoubtedly superior, surpassing him in every aspect. Of course, looking at it positively, Huo Yuhao was easier to control. Whereas Uchiha Tamaki was the type of person who had very strong opinions, he had a very clear plan for his own growth, even giving up the sacrifice of a million-year spirit beast because of it. The next day, Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao left the hotel. Xiao Huan, we've been walking along difficult paths, where exactly are we going? The Heavenly Soul Empire. Uchiha Tamaki remembered that Princess Waina of the Heavenly Soul Empire was a disciple of the Body Sect, so if he wanted to find the Body Sect, it would be better to look for Princess Waina directly. The Body Sect is in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Most likely in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Suddenly, 8 figures appeared ahead, blocking the path of the two. Old Huo, protect yourself. Huo Yuhao glanced at Uchiha Tamaki, and his expression immediately became grave. He also noticed that among the group opposite them was Beibei's figure. Recalling the conflict between Uchiha Tamaki and Beibei when they first met, he immediately understood that this group was brought by Beibei. Ma Xiaotao led the group towards Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao. They stopped when the distance between the two parties was less than 20 meters. You two, come back to Shrek Academy with us. Who do you think you are? Uchiha Tamaki tilted his head while looking at Ma Xiaotao. Whether it was the original story or the real Ma Xiaotao before him, neither made him feel any fondness. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire instantly erupted, and threads of blackness were mixed within the fiery red flames. Say that to me one more time. Several kunai slipped out from Uchiha Tamaki's sleeves. He sharply pointed them toward the members of the Shrek monitoring team opposite him. Just at that moment, the members of the Shrek monitoring team immediately dispersed, leaving only Ma Xiaotao facing the incoming kunai. Everyone activated their respective spirits, revealing their spirit rings. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling coldness swept towards Uchiha Tamaki. Ling Luokan of the control system launched the first strike. Her Ice Jade Scorpion spirit possessed an attribute close to ultimate ice. Coupled with her strength as a spirit king, it allowed her to instantly freeze most opponents within a 30-meter radius. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Huan. Huo Yuhao was greatly alarmed and immediately rushed toward Uchiha Tamaki. But Shishi, the agility attack system battle spirit king, was faster. With her lightning leopard spirit, she instantly reached the ice sculpture of Uchiha Tamaki and struck the ice sculpture with her claw after activating her spirit avatar. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered. Huo Yuhao halted his steps, watching the scene in disbelief. Yesterday they were happily bickering and joking together, today, were they separated by death? Meanwhile, the members of the Shrek monitoring team felt that things had gone a little too smoothly. However, just then, a companion's cry of alarm came from another direction. Zifang. Dai Yuan cried out in alarm. Chen Zifang was not far from him. He saw the scene of Chen Zifang's throat being slit open. Uchiha Tamaki, who should have been frozen into an ice sculpture and then shattered, had somehow appeared behind Chen Zifang, and a kunai slit Chen Zifang's throat. Chen Zifang clutched his throat, his face filled with shock, and his body gradually lost its strength. White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Yuan blasted towards Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki was directly blasted away and fell to the ground. Kill him! Kill him! Ma Xiaotao completely lost control, her flames becoming even more sinister, bombarding Uchiha Tamaki crazily. The others stopped holding back at this point and continuously launched ranged spirit abilities toward Uchiha Tamaki's position. But just then, Uchiha Tamaki reappeared behind Gongyang Mo, and a kunai pierced Gongyang Mo's lower back without any warning. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was about to pull the kunai upwards, a terrifying surge of spirit power descended from the sky. The next moment, a titled douluo descended from the heavens and directly stepped onto Uchiha Tamaki's body. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki's body dissolved into a puff of smoke. The person who arrived was Elder Song, one of the venerable elders of Shrek Academy. His spirit was the Vajra giant bear, possessing two 50,000-year spirit rings, level 97, the top-tier defense type titled douluo. In fact, every action undertaken by the Shrek monitoring team was secretly protected by an elder. And this time, Elder Song was responsible for protecting the Shrek monitoring team. However, due to his mistake, two core students of the Shrek monitoring team ended up dead and injured. Elder Song was furious at this moment, he had to vent his rage. But since he couldn't find Uchiha Tamaki's figure, his gaze immediately fell upon Huo Yuhao. Brat, since I can't find that little devil, I'll take it out on you. Elder Song darted forward and appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's body stiffened, he didn't have time to react. But just then, Elder Song heard a tragic scream coming from behind him. Elder Song turned his head and saw Uchiha Tamaki stepping on Beibei's body. Uchiha Tamaki did not engage Elder Song head-on. This guy's defense was even stronger than Tsunade's, a complete numerical monster. Even if he jammed the Rasengan into his mouth, it would probably only knock out a few of his teeth. Therefore, instead of fighting Elder Song head-on, it was better to capture a significant hostage. From the very beginning of the fight, Beibei had hidden far away, keeping clear of the battlefield. But this just gave Uchiha Tamaki an opportunity. Old Huo, rest assured and go. I will send Muen's great-grandson down to accompany you. Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand with a sorrowful expression. Xiao Huan, I'm not dead yet, Huo Yuhao said with a dark expression. Release Beibei. Elder Song was burning with rage. Old man, what are you thinking? How could I possibly let go of such a useful hostage? Even if Elder Song was furious now, he had to prioritize Beibei's life. Fine, this old man can promise to let both of you go. Release him now. People from your Shrek talk like they're farting, why should I believe you? Uchiha Tamaki looked towards Huo Yuhao. Old Huo, come to my side. 036 Huo Yuhao's first heartbeat given to Bibi Dong. Huo Yuhao bypassed Elder Song in front of him and quickly ran to Uchiha Tamaki's side. Elder Song did not stop Huo Yuhao's actions, he was the only titled douluo present. If it weren't for his concern for Beibei's life, he could have ended the battle with a single slap. Whether Huo Yuhao was in front of him or not made no difference at all. Xiao Huan, what do we do now? Huo Yuhao asked. Uchiha Tamaki lifted Beibei, pressed a kunai against Beibei's neck, and said to Huo Yuhao beside him, put your hand on my shoulder. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name, read Taiwan novels on Kanshuang anytime, close black lens bracket. Huo Yuhao didn't understand Uchiha Tamaki's intention, but since it was Uchiha Tamaki's request, he naturally did as he was told. Does Shrek really enjoy the business of assassinating other geniuses? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Let him go. Elder Song growled, his face ashen. I'm asking you a question. Do you enjoy it? Uchiha Tamaki's tone grew even more forceful. Answer me. Everyone present looked extremely grim, all remaining silent. Uchiha Tamaki's kunai had already pierced the skin on Beibei's neck. Answer me. Elder Song gritted his teeth and said, this old man can give you an explanation for this matter, but if you dare to harm him, then no matter where you flee, Shrek will never let you go. Pucci. Uchiha Tamaki's kunai had already pierced half an inch deep, and Beibei's face was filled with pain. You dare. Seeing this, Elder Song was about to rush forward. Uchiha Tamaki immediately made a motion to exert force, causing Elder Song to instantly stop in his tracks. What exactly do you want? Cripple one of your own arms. Otherwise, I truly cannot believe you will let us leave safely. Impossible. Elder Song's tone was resolute. The atmosphere at the scene froze to the extreme, but Uchiha Tamaki maintained a smile, slowly exerting force and driving the kunai into Beibei's neck. Beibei had already begun to spit blood foam. Seeing this scene, Elder Song grew even more anxious. If he dies, both of you will die. To have the great-great-grandson of the dragon god Douluo buried with us would be our honor. Uchiha Tamaki's smile remained. If you dare to start it, then I dare to finish it. I have the resolution to risk everything, do you? Elder Song took several deep breaths, gritted his teeth, grabbed his left arm with his right palm, and violently tore it off. Blood splattered, instantly staining half of Elder Song's body red, but Elder Song didn't make a sound. He quickly stopped the bleeding and swallowed a healing pill. No one expected that capturing two brats would actually lead to such a situation. Is it enough now? Elder Song looked at Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's smile remained, and he said nothing. Let him go. Elder Song roared. Uchiha Tamaki still said nothing. Hurry up and let him go. Elder Song urged once more. Uchiha Tamaki said nothing. He was waiting. Waiting for Elder Song's spirit power to drop. However, although Elder Song's spirit power aura had decreased, it did not plummet as Uchiha Tamaki had anticipated. It was possible that the arm he severed did not contain a spirit bone. This greatly disappointed Uchiha Tamaki. After all, he had originally intended to counter-kill him. Now it seemed there was no chance. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao, who was extremely nervous at this moment. Old Huo, hold on tight, we're about to fly. Ha, swoosh. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao vanished instantly. Beibei's body also lost its balance and collapsed toward the ground. In the end, Uchiha Tamaki did not kill Beibei. If he really did, Muen would definitely hunt him down like a madman. Sure enough, leaving Flying Thunder God formulas everywhere was a very wise thing to do. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao appeared in the small town where they had previously stayed. When Elder Song returned to Shrek Academy with the Shrek monitoring team, many students and teachers were shocked by their miserable state. Yan Xiaoj rushed over immediately and asked, Old Song, what on earth happened? Did you encounter a titled evil soul master? Elder Song's expression was extremely ugly as he recounted their experience on this trip. Yan Xiaojia's face was filled with shock. Two children, it could even be said just that younger one alone, had actually played the Shrek monitoring team and Elder Song like fools. While Yan Xiaoj was furious, his killing intent intensified. But before he could make a decision, a pressure as heavy as the heavens collapsing enveloped Yan Xiaoj and Elder Song. A hunched old man walked into the room. Seeing the newcomer, Yan Xiaojia's face instantly became terrified. Teacher, Muen saw Beibei's miserable state, his face filled with rage. Tell me, what happened? Elder Song could only repeat the sequence of events once more. Xiaoj, why did you do this? Teacher, that brat is a remnant of Spirit Hall. Moreover, to have such strength at such a young age, he will surely be a great threat to our Shrek Academy in the future. Muen closed his eyes in pain. Originally, they just couldn't be friends. But now, they had become true enemies. Teacher, we absolutely cannot allow this child to continue growing. He isn't even 10 years old yet, and he can already tear the Shrek monitoring team apart. If we wait for him to grow up, who will be able to stop him then? Then what do you want to do? Since we've already acted, there's no need to hold back. Either we don't do it, or we do it thoroughly. This matter ends here. Muen didn't want to avoid pulling up the roots, but from that child's various performances, even if he personally took action, it would be difficult to keep him. The space element was just that unreasonable. Unless they could produce a spirit tool that could lock down the entire space. But with Shrek Academy's level of spirit tools, where would they have such a thing? The Sun Moon Empire, on the other hand, likely had such spirit tools. Teacher, if you don't pull up the roots, the weeds will grow back when the spring breeze blows. I said, this matter ends here. Yes, teacher. Although Yan Xiaoj accepted verbally, a sharp light still flashed in his eyes when he lowered his head. Xiao Huan, what do we do now? Ask Tianmeng if there's any way to change our appearance, Uchiha Tamaki said. Huo Yuhao immediately began communicating with Tianmeng inside him. After a few minutes, Huo Yuhao said, Xiao Huan, Brother Tianmeng says he has a way to change appearances, but it can't hide from the perception of a titled douluo. Being able to change is enough. Even if all the titled douluo of Shrek Academy come out, as long as they don't have information on us, they won't be able to accurately intercept us. No matter how formidable a titled douluo was, they still needed the support of intelligence. But the people collecting intelligence couldn't all be titled douluo. As long as the intelligence gatherers couldn't identify the two of them, they could rest easy. Xiao Huan, what about you? Uchiha Tamaki formed a hand seal. Transform. Bang. Amidst a cloud of smoke, Uchiha Tamaki transformed into another appearance. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened, and he looked at Uchiha Tamaki in shock. At this moment, Uchiha Tamaki had turned into a peerless beauty, looking like a goddess with a seductive figure. The appearance Uchiha Tamaki had transformed into was exactly that of Bibi Dong. Huo Yuhao's heart was racing now. Uchiha Tamaki reached out and grabbed Huo Yuhao's face. I feel like there's something unclean in your head. Let me clean it up for you. Let go, let go. Change back now. Huo Yuhao was, after all, only a teenage boy. When had he ever been in contact with such a beautiful woman? At this moment, his face was flushed red with embarrassment, and his eyes were darting around. Haha, you really are shy. 037 Complicating simple problems. Uchiha Tamaki released two more clones. One transformed into Huo Yuhao's appearance and moved in the opposite direction to lure away Shrek's intelligence scouts. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao resumed their journey. In the beginning, Huo Yuhao was quite happy. Although he couldn't touch her, Uchiha Tamaki in Bibi Dong's appearance was truly a feast for the eyes. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain weekend. Com super thoughtful close black lens bracket. However, after they dealt with the 12th wave of persistent admirers and the 30th group of bandits, Huo Yuhao never smiled again. Bibi Dong's appearance was simply too lethal. Most men found it hard to look away or keep walking when they saw her. Xiaohuan, why don't you change your appearance? No, we've been able to eat, drink, and have fun all this way thanks to this face of mine. Due to the detour, it took them 2 months to finally arrive at the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire, Heavenly Soul City. How are we going to get in touch with that Princess Wei Na? Huo Yuhao asked. Go ask around where Princess Wei Na usually appears. As soon as you see her, use spiritual sharing directly. Ah, wouldn't that be too rude? It would, but that's your problem, not mine. I still think we should use a more normal way to contact Princess Wei Na. How about this? You transform into Princess Wei Na and run naked through the streets. I guarantee Princess Wei Na will find you immediately. That's even ruder. Besides, I don't even know what Princess Wei Na looks like. Forget it, I'll do it. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the passing citizens, then activated her Mangekyo Sharingan while shouting, everyone, look over here. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's voice, the surrounding pedestrians all looked toward her. Demonic illusion. Shackling stakes technique. Then, they saw Uchiha Tamaki's extraordinary pair of pupils. Immediately after, their gazes became dull, and like the Walking Dead, they began walking in groups toward Princess Wei Na's residence. Xiaohuan, what did you do to them? I'm having them deliver a message for us. Isn't doing this a bit inappropriate? Huo Yuhao said, feeling quite conflicted. Then would you rather go run naked? Actually, I think this is fine now. The pedestrians under the illusion arrived at the front of Princess Wei Na's residence in groups. Halt, halt. The residence guards were startled, thinking someone might be trying to assassinate Princess Wei Na. I have an original body martial soul. I have an original body martial soul. I want to see Princess Wei Na. Everyone stood before the residence without taking another step forward, repeating the same sentence with wooden expressions. The guards exchanged glances and hurriedly returned inside. Your Highness, it's bad. A group of commoners has appeared outside. They seem to be controlled by some kind of illusion and are repeating the same sentence. Princess Wei Na raised an eyebrow. What are they saying? I have an original body martial soul. I have an original body martial soul. I want to see Princess Wei Na. Princess Wei Na's heart stirred. An original body martial soul. She immediately wanted to go out. However, to ensure it wasn't some enemy ruse, she still had the imperial family's guardian come along. Only after the imperial consort arrived did Princess Wei Na step out of the residence. She then saw dozens of commoners with wooden expressions, constantly repeating the same sentence. They didn't exhibit any aggressive behavior, just stood there outside the residence. I am Vina. May I ask which person used a spirit ability to control them? Just then, Princess Wei Na saw the crowd part as two children stepped forward. It was us, Uchiha Tamaki said. Princess Wei Na was shocked. The two of you controlled so many people. Yes. What are your spirits? We both have eye spirits, Uchiha Tamaki said, revealing her Mangekyo, while Huo Yuhao also revealed his spirit eyes. Can you release them from your control? Uchiha Tamaki turned to the crowd. Shackling stakes technique. Release. Subsequently, the group of people left one after another, their faces still expressionless. They don't seem to have been released yet, Princess Wei Na said with some confusion. I gave them a command to return to their original locations and then automatically release the illusion. What a powerful illusion ability. The eyes of the child before her were too eerie. Actually, as long as the two of you came to the front of my residence, I would have come to see you. There was no need to make it so complicated. Even if I wasn't in the residence, the guards at the door could have relayed a message. Quote. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao's expressions were awkward. Because in their minds, it would surely be very difficult for two children of unknown origin to see a princess of a nation. Come inside with me. Princess Wei Na led Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao into the residence. What is your purpose for coming to see me? We want to join the body sect, so we need you to introduce us. How did you know I'm from the body sect? Princess Wei Na asked with a frown. Uchiha Tamaki pointed to her eyes and said, my eyes have mental, time, and space attributes, and they have the ability to see fragments of future images. Princess Wei Na's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Seeing the future. Although this kind of ability didn't have any combat power, its significance was immense. Princess Wei Na looked at Huo Yuhao again, and Huo Yuhao hurriedly said, I don't have an ability as powerful as Xiaohuan's. What level are you both at now? I'm level 36, and old Huo is almost level 20. Princess Wei Na was even more shaken. Before a second awakening, the body sect didn't value innate spirit power but only the body part. The more important the part, the higher the potential. Early cultivation was slower because there was no second awakening. Once the second awakening was completed, spirit power would increase rapidly. Yet the Uchiha Tamaki before her had reached level 36 at such a young age. Could it be a self-initiated second awakening? Rest at my residence for the night. Tomorrow, I will personally take you to the body sect. The next day, Princess Wei Na took Uchiha Tamaki toward the body sect. After a 3-day journey, the group arrived before a range of continuous mountains. Two figures suddenly jumped out from the forest, blocking everyone's path. Senior Sister Vina, who are these two children? These two mountain-guarding disciples clearly knew Princess Wei Na, so they weren't hostile. Body family members who have been wandering outside, Princess Wei Na said. Oh, then hurry and take them in. Surprisingly easy to talk to, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. The mountains here were high and the forests dense. While not exactly beautiful scenery, there was a vast and ancient aura lingering about. Finally, after passing through the mountain forest, a cluster of buildings suddenly appeared before Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao. Occasionally encountering body sect disciples along the way, they all greeted Princess Wei Na. The sect seemed quite harmonious. In our body sect, we all view our fellow disciples as family. Is there any competition? Of course there's competition, but whatever you want to strive for, you do so fair and square. Winning is your own skill, and if you lose, you must not harbor resentment or jealousy. This is the tenet of our body sect. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao's impression of the body sect improved further. Just then, a tall and exceptionally heroic-looking young man came running toward Princess Wei Na. Vina, why are you here? The gaze the young man directed at Princess Wei Na carried a hint of fervor. Long Aocean, I encountered two children with eye spirits outside and specially brought them back to the sect. Long Aocean looked at Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao, nodding slightly. Old Jin is in the Great Hall. I'll take you there. The Old Jin Long Aocean mentioned was titled Golden Rock, the deputy sect master of the body sect and also an elder. Currently, the body sect master Poison Immortal was in long-term seclusion and didn't manage sect affairs, so most of the time, Old Jin handled them on his behalf. 38 One talent more fierce than the next. Old Jin, Vina brought back 2 body disciples who were wandering outside. Help me check them out. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao looked at Old Jin. Old Jin was tall and sturdy with a head of golden hair. His eyes were burning bright like 2 suns, and his blood energy was exuberant to the extreme. It seemed everyone in the body sect was tall and sturdy, except for Princess Wei Na. The body sect disciples they saw along the way, even the females, were tall and large. Children, release your spirits and spirit rings. Let this old man have a look, Old Jin said. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao activated their spirits at the same time. Beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet were black rings. Simultaneously, a lush green tree appeared behind him, with a red spirit ring around the base of its trunk. Beneath Huo Yuhao's feet was a single red spirit ring with 10 golden patterns. Neither of them hid anything, directly showing their trump cards. Old Jin, Vina, and Long Aotian's eyes were about to pop out of their heads. It could be confirmed that the body sect was trustworthy. Among the many factions in douluo dalu 2, only the body sect lacked internal strife. Every person with a name was open and upright. When they encountered talented disciples, they would cultivate them with all their heart rather than coveting the opportunities those disciples possessed. Old Jin was the first to snap out of it, giving the 2 a meaningful look. I won't ask about your past opportunities. You only need to remember that you are disciples of the body sect and must not harm fellow disciples. If you encounter someone blind enough to cross you while you're out, just use the name of my body sect. Huo Yuhao's heart was filled with emotion. Although Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't say he was moved, he strongly identified with the body sect's principles. What are your names? Uchiha Tamaki. Huo Yuhao. Long Aotian. Go quickly and prepare the body sect. Secret technique to check their spirit potential. Long Aotian dashed out of the sect's main hall in a flash. Uchiha Tamaki, you have twin spirits. Yes. What are your 2 spirits called? My eye spirit is called the Sharingan, but it has already undergone evolution. I don't know if the body sect can help me take it a step further. Uchiha Tamaki stated his purpose frankly. He had come to the body sect specifically for the body sect's secret technique. However, he wasn't sure if his eye's evolution and the body awakening would conflict, or if they were essentially the same thing. Haha, it certainly can. Evolution and a body second awakening are different things, Old Jin laughed loudly. After a moment, Long Aotian brought various materials, and the 2 of them busily set up a formation. One by one, stand in the center of this formation. I'll check you over, Old Jin said. Uchiha Tamaki stood in the center of the formation first. As Old Jin injected spirit power into the formation, it began to glow brightly. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki felt a surge of energy enter his body. This energy was stirring a certain bloodline within Uchiha Tamaki's body. Immediately after, 10,000 rays of golden light burst from Uchiha Tamaki, directly illuminating the sect's main hall. Uchiha Tamaki felt the bloodline in his body boiling. Simultaneously, the large tree beside him also turned a brilliant gold. Old Jin, Long Aotian, Vina, and Huo Yuhao all wore expressions of shock. Twin gold bloodlines. Old Jin was even more shocked. Your second spirit is also an original body martial soul. Uchiha Tamaki was stunned for a moment. Thinking carefully, it seemed it really was. The large tree beside him wasn't the spirit itself, but something Uchiha Tamaki had materialized. His second spirit was wood release, not a specific form. A genius. In the thousands of years of the body sect's history, a genius with double body spirits had never appeared, and both were golden. Bloodlines. The body sect secret technique was a process of purifying the bloodline. Upon reaching a critical point, an awakening could be achieved through external stimulation. When an original body martial soul awakens, it counts as a bloodline awakening. As long as there are no mishaps midway, the body sect secret technique can stably facilitate a second awakening. Most body disciples have iron rank bloodlines. A second awakening would naturally be an iron awakening, making it highly unlikely for them to reach titled douluo. If it's a silver rank bloodline, there's a higher probability of reaching titled douluo, and upon reaching that rank, there's a chance to achieve a third golden awakening. But for someone like Uchiha Tamaki, who was born with a golden rank bloodline, the second awakening would inevitably be a golden awakening. He would certainly become a titled douluo and would definitely undergo a third awakening, which is the platinum bloodline awakening, even higher than golden. This was a bloodline with the potential for the ultimate. Possessing a platinum bloodline meant a high probability of entering the rank 99 ultimate douluo level. Even if one underwent a fourth awakening at rank 99, there was a chance to step into the demigod bloodline awakening that only the body ancestor had reached. This, demigod, referred to the bloodline reaching the demigod realm without having divine force. Alright, you step down. Let little Yuhao come. Old Jin suppressed the urge to immediately run and find Poison Immortal. Huo Yuhao's performance was also quite good, a silver rank bloodline. In the original story, Huo Yuhao reached the golden rank bloodline. However, that was after he had experienced numerous adventures and lucky breaks. Now that he had been brought to the body sect early, he naturally hadn't encountered those opportunities yet. Old Jin was also very satisfied, the talent was equally extraordinary. Long Aocean, Vina, take them to their living quarters. And get them settled for me. After Old Jin finished speaking, he rushed straight out of the sect's main hall. Boom. In a stone chamber, a tall old man with messy, graying hair was cultivating. Suddenly, the secret room was violently blasted open. The old man snapped his eyes open. He then saw Old Jin barging in. Old Jin, has an external enemy attacked? Poison Immortal asked in surprise. No, 2 new disciples have come to our sect. Poison Immortal grabbed Old Jin's collar. Old Jin, you better give me an explanation, or I'll split you apart. One of them has twin spirits, and I just checked, it's a twin gold bloodline. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Poison Immortal's body. What did you say? Twin gold bloodline. Poison Immortal dashed out of the secret room. 10 seconds later, he ran back. Where are they? Old Jin led Poison Immortal to find Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao. Old Jin, which child is it? Poison Immortal asked. It's that small one, Old Jin said, pointing at Uchiha Tamaki. Poison Immortal instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Kid, become my disciple. Uchiha Tamaki was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, I already have a teacher. The light in Poison Immortal's eyes dimmed. Uchiha Tamaki pulled Huo Yuhao forward, but old Huo can be your disciple. Huo Yuhao was a bit flustered. Just as Poison Immortal was about to refuse, a voice suddenly entered his mind. Huo Yuhao is the son of destiny of this era. He is destined to become a god. His first spirit ring is a million-year spirit ring. The future body sect faces the danger of annihilation, and Huo Yuhao is the future of the body sect. Poison Immortal looked at Huo Yuhao, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Good. Your name is Yuhao, right? From now on, you are my disciple. Huo Yuhao was somewhat bewildered. Why did Poison Immortal's look change so quickly? He could clearly feel that at the beginning, Poison Immortal looked down on him slightly. As the future god of emotion, Huo Yuhao naturally had some innate talent. But at this moment, Poison Immortal's attitude toward him was genuine, a joy from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that he saw some shining point in him? 39-second awakening secret art. Huo Yuhao was thus gloomily accepted as a disciple by Poison Immortal. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao were arranged in a small courtyard leaning against a cliff. This courtyard was very simple, with a vast sea of clouds outside. The two of them settled down, and Huo Yuhao finally asked the question weighing on his mind. Little Huan, teacher originally didn't plan to accept me today. Why did he change his mind? I told him your true identity. Me, true identity. I don't even know myself. What true identity do I have? Uchiha Tamaki looked up towards the mountaintop above the small courtyard. Old Huo, have you forgotten that I have the ability to see the future? Oh, Huo Yuhao scratched his head. He felt Uchiha Tamaki was too good to him. First, he gave him a million-year spirit beast, and now he gave him the chance to become a disciple. Just then, Poison Immortal, who had been hiding nearby, descended from the sky and appeared before the two. Teacher, sect master. Poison Immortal wore an expression befitting an otherworldly master. However, with his rough, burly appearance and brutish face, he really couldn't pull off that transcendent and refined demeanor. Are you two prepared? Prepared for what? Uchiha Tamaki asked, confused. This abrupt, contextless question left him somewhat bewildered. He truly couldn't keep up with Poison Immortal's thought process. Ahem. It's the secret art for the second awakening of the original body martial soul. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao immediately perked up, looking at Poison Immortal with anticipation. The prerequisite for the second awakening of the original body martial soul is to temper the bloodline, and then, at the critical point, strive for a higher tier bloodline process, Poison Immortal explained. For example, most body sect disciples have black iron grade bloodlines. After tempering their bloodline, they can reach silver grade bloodline, although the title used is still Black Iron Grade Second Awakening. Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yuhao nodded. Poison Immortal's explanation was detailed, making it relatively easy for them to grasp. Teacher, can the martial souls other than the original body also undergo this? They can, but the effect will be greatly diminished. The original body martial soul is the most closely linked to one's own bloodline, so the effect is the best, Poison Immortal said. Let's continue. Awakenings are divided into Black Iron Grade, Silver Grade, Gold Grade, and the legendary Platinum Grade. When I first awakened my martial soul in my early years, I had a Silver Grade bloodline. Later, at rank 70, I underwent a Silver Grade Second Awakening. When I broke through to titled douluo, I achieved a Gold Grade Third Awakening. However, my potential is probably tapped out by now. Reaching rank 99 Super douluo seems almost hopeless. Teacher, is it better to have the second awakening sooner? That's hard to say. It is indeed better to have the second awakening sooner, but it's very difficult to achieve under normal circumstances, Poison Immortal stated. Because refining the bloodline requires a gradual process. If the second awakening happens at rank 70, that is already the limit. If one awakens a second time after exceeding rank 70, it will be very difficult to break through to titled douluo in the future. Poison Immortal then looked at Uchiha Tamaki. For you, your gold bloodline is extremely potent. If possible, I hope you can complete the second awakening between rank 40 and 50, reaching the platinum bloodline. This way, you will have ample time to refine your bloodline, allowing you to perform the third awakening when you reach titled douluo. Sect Master, must the third awakening only occur when one is a titled douluo? To undergo the third awakening, one needs a sufficient degree of spirit power condensation, immense mental force, and a bloodline refined to its extreme. Finally, one uses the boost from absorbing a high-age spirit ring to complete the ultimate leap of the third awakening. Uchiha Tamaki pondered. Attempting the third awakening now was too early. First, he needed to achieve the gold grade second awakening. In the original story, the Black Iron Grade Second Awakening provided a combat power boost of 30%. If it was a Silver Grade Second Awakening, the combat power boost was 60%. If it was a Gold Grade Second Awakening, the combat power boost was 100%. This was why titled douluo of the body sect possessed combat power far exceeding other spirit masters of the same rank. Zanzi of Shrek Academy, rank 98, possessed the super martial soul gluttonous beast. He was among the top tier at his rank, yet he couldn't defeat the equally ranked Poison Immortal. This was entirely due to the massive enhancement brought by the Gold Grade Awakening. Subsequently, Poison Immortal began instructing the two in the more detailed methods of bloodline refinement. Huo Yuhao entered a meditative state first, beginning to settle into his condition. Poison Immortal looked towards Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki pursed his lips and spoke first. Sect Master, ask whatever you wish to know. How did you know Yuhao is the child of destiny? Uchiha Tamaki tapped his temple, then let his consciousness enter Poison Immortal's mind. These eyes of mine can see the future, and they can also see destiny, Uchiha Tamaki said. In the future, the Sun-Moon Empire will launch a war, and the Heavenly Soul Empire will be the first target. The Sun-Moon Empire's army will join forces with the Holy Spirit cult, and the body sect will mobilize entirely. Afterward, you will face two super douluo and die in self-destruction, leading to the decline of the body sect. Poison Immortal's expression shifted between shock and suspicion. He took several deep breaths before calming the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then what is your objective? Poison Immortal asked. Do you know how to achieve godhood? Poison Immortal shook his head. Shrek Academy must have a method for achieving godhood, but they kept it strictly guarded. Then, who do you think has better talent, me or Yuhao? Yours. Poison Immortal found it hard to say anything contrary to the truth. Either by obtaining an inheritance, achieving godhood through faith, or by breaking through the grand cosmic forces through sheer willpower and wisdom, Uchiha Tamaki stated. Yu Hao is the child of destiny, he is naturally destined for godhood. For someone like me, achieving godhood is a matter of luck, either breaking the shackles of heaven and earth myself, or being favored by some god. So, how do you plan to become a god? Poison Immortal finally realized that Uchiha Tamaki's ambition was not small. None of the methods for achieving godhood are possible. What do you mean? 10,000 years ago, Tang-san ascended to the god realm. He arranged for his parents to hide in our world. His mother, the Blue Silver Emperor, possessed the Golden Tree in Shrek Academy. The Golden Tree is the core of the world, and the Blue Silver Emperor is stealing its origin. Furthermore, the souls of all successive pavilion masters of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion are devoured by the Blue Silver Emperor after death. His father, Tang Hao, is devouring the world will. Tang San also intends to manipulate Yu Hao's life. If his plan succeeds, then besides the Tang clan members, everyone else will have no hope of achieving godhood. At that point, even if I were favored by a god, Tang San could use his parents to send endless calamities upon me. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Poison Immortal felt his scalp tingle. He had actually heard such a secret. But this was immediately followed by boundless rage. What must be done? The world will is currently weak because the origin of the Golden Tree is being constantly consumed. Once the Blue Silver Emperor finishes the devouring, the world will completely collapse, and Tang Hao will completely take its place. Yu Hao was born specifically because the world will needed to counter Tang San's conspiracy. In other words, wherever Yu Hao is, that is the grand trend. I stay by Yu Hao's side to benefit from his fortune. 40 Stirring up public opinion. Poison Immortal suddenly understood, then said, how about we just snatch the Golden Tree? We can't snatch it now. That old fellow Muen is still around. What we need to do right now is prevent Yu Hao from establishing any connection with Shrek, the Clear Sky sect, or the Tang sect. Once he connects with them, the strong fortune on Yu Hao will be distributed to them, allowing them to turn misfortune into blessing and auspiciousness into good fortune. Since Yu Hao is currently in the body sect, the body sect is equivalent to having a human-shaped auspicious beast. Everything, even breaking through realms, will become easier. This is the effect brought by Yu Hao's strong fortune. Poison Immortal nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining brightly, and then, first, send people to spread rumors that Shrek Academy is colluding with the Holy Spirit cult. I will compile some information, and you find people to spread it. Oh right, the body sect must not be exposed. Shrek Academy cannot know that we, the body sect, are behind this. To read Taiwanese novels, come to Taiwan Novel website, TWKAN.com super awesome. What about you? Do you need anything? I need information on spirit beasts above 10,000 years with spirit and space attributes. Dual attribute ones are best. If there are single space attribute spirit beasts, those are acceptable too. The higher the quality, the better. Fine, I will find them for you before you reach level 40. Secondly, my spirit power feels a bit unstable. Does the body sect have any methods for refining spirit power? Yes, we in the body sect have quite a few secret arts for this. I will find them for you tomorrow. At this moment, Poison Immortal was full of confidence. Huo Yu Hao was the child of fortune, Uchiha Tamaki's talent was heaven-defying, and currently, the general trend favored their body sect. If Uchiha Tamaki and Huo Yu Hao could both achieve godhood, then for the next 10,000 years, their body sect would stand at the pinnacle of the douluo continent. The general trend was currently with the body sect, but the body sect was not completely foolproof. In the eyes of most factions, strong fortune could bring an advantage, causing everything to develop in a good direction. However, in the face of absolute strength, strong fortune was merely a lapdog. And the body sect lacked absolute strength. Poison Immortal was currently only level 98. Uchiha Tamaki took out the primordial immortal herb and handed it to Poison Immortal. What is this? An immortal herb. The Shrek 7 devils were able to achieve godhood 10,000 years ago because of immortal herbs. This one is a primordial immortal herb, which can strengthen the origin and boost spirit power, Uchiha Tamaki said. Since Yu Hao is your disciple now, perhaps you can try to break through level 99. Poison Immortal's heart leapt. Where did you find this? The ice and fire yin-yang well. Uchiha Tamaki pointed to his eyes. By seeing the future, these eyes of mine can uncover many secrets. Ha ha ha, Poison Immortal burst out laughing. What about Yuhao? No rush. Yuhao is still too weak right now. If I give him an immortal herb, he won't be able to fully absorb it. We'll wait until he's level 30 before he consumes the immortal herb to push his bloodline to the gold level, and then proceed with the second awakening. I need to go down the mountain for a while. Be careful of a girl from the Clear Sky sect named Wang Donger. She is Tang San's daughter. I suspect Tang San will arrange for his daughter to enter the body sect. Then I simply won't accept her. That's useless. Is this something you can just refuse if you want to? It's fine. With you here, I'm not afraid of Yuhao being schemed against. I need to go down the mountain for a while. To do what? To find my opportunities. Then I'll be alone. I'm afraid I can't. Ouchem Tang San. Fool. If that Wang Donger comes, you just send Yuhao down the mountain. As the child of fortune, Yuhao's opportunities are also outside. It's impossible for Yuhao to never leave the mountain. As long as we prevent Wang Donger and Yuhao from meeting, it will be fine. Should I send people to follow him? Follow him, yes, but don't force it. Some opportunities belong exclusively to Yuhao personally. In all likelihood, he will still be separated from those secretly protecting him. The next day, Poison Immortal brought Uchiha Tamaki a large number of spirit power refining methods. Are these useful? If they aren't enough, I'll send people to search outside again. There are always some hidden families who have mastered unique secret arts. No need, this is enough, Uchiha Tamaki said. Oh right, Sect Master, I also have some self-created spirit abilities here. You and Yuhao can both practice them. Uchiha Tamaki handed Poison Immortal a ninjutsu scroll. Poison Immortal began looking at the ninjutsu with Uchiha Tamaki. Strange. These self-created spirit abilities are vastly different from the spirit abilities on the continent. You aren't a native of the four great empires, are you? I come from overseas, Uchiha Tamaki said. No wonder. I also need a copy of the method for condensing the spirit core. Isn't it too early for you to need the spirit core condensation method now? I estimate that around level 50, I can start condensing. My mental force has already reached level 99. Poison Immortal thought for a moment, then went to get a copy of the spirit core condensation method and handed it to Uchiha Tamaki. Do not attempt to condense the spirit core easily before your spirit power is sufficient. The operational method of spirit power can be changed. If you fail to complete the spirit core condensation and have already changed the trajectory of its operation, it can easily lead to irreversible consequences, Poison Immortal cautioned. Understood. I have already sent people to search for a suitable spirit beast for you. Please wait a few more days. As long as it's before I reach level 40 is fine. Uchiha Tamaki began studying the spirit power refining method. This was what Uchiha Tamaki needed most currently, and Huo Yuhao was truly feeling the warmth of home in the body sect. It also allowed the ice in Huo Yuhao's heart to slowly melt. One day, while Huo Yuhao was sparring with Uchiha Tamaki, Long Aoshin came looking for them. Xiao Huan, I challenge you to a duel. Huh, why? Uchiha Tamaki looked puzzled. He had only met Long Aoshin once when he first joined the sect that day. He hadn't seen Long Aoshin recently, so why was Long Aoshin suddenly showing up and demanding a duel? Teacher said you are the young sect master of my body sect. I don't accept it. Uchiha Tamaki scratched his head. He hadn't expected Poison Immortal to make such a decision. Normally, Long Aoshin or Huo Yuhao would be more suitable. Long Aoshin was Poison Immortal's eldest disciple, possessed excellent talent, and had grown up in the body sect since childhood, making him a genuine body sect disciple. Huo Yuhao was the child of fortune and also a disciple accepted by Poison Immortal, destined for a high achievement in the future. However, both of them were simpletons with no brains. Long Aoshin died protecting Princess Vina during the Sun Moon Empire's invasion war, blasted by a level 9 fixed soul tool cannon shell, which also demonstrated his character. Uchiha Tamaki estimated that Poison Immortal was afraid that the two of them would be tricked into counting money for the person who sold them out, which was why he placed the title of Young Sect Master on him. Fine then. Uchiha Tamaki understood the key point and no longer refused. The people of the body sect all had this temperament, whether they accepted it or not was discussed openly. They didn't play any subtle games. Long Aoshin's 6 spirit rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 activated simultaneously. Golden light shimmered over his body. His original body martial soul was the top-tier skin martial soul, and his entire body was filled with robust vital energy. In the original work, Long Aoshin appeared when he was already a 7-ring spirit saint. Now, it was a few years earlier, but his spirit power was already very close to level 70. His entire spirit power was abundant and solid, without any hint of instability. Uchiha Tamaki took a deep breath, and a surge of energy radiated from him, his surging vital energy continuously overflowing like steam. Come, 041 melee combat is the best form of cultivation. Both figures vanished from their spots simultaneously, making Huo Yuhao's scalp tingle. So fast, even with his spirit eyes activated, he could barely track their movements. The flagstones paving the ground kept shattering, yet they couldn't see any figures. Occasionally, after images flickered, switching rapidly between the ground and the air, like a slideshow. The continuous popping sounds also persisted, making Huo Yuhao very uncomfortable due to their density. To read Taiwanese novels smoothly, come to open black lens bracket super smooth site name placeholder close black lens bracket. Uchiha Tamaki didn't use any spirit abilities or ninjutsu. If he had coordinated them with his mechanisms, he could have made Long Aoshin kneel in minutes. However, Long Aoshin was also a rare opponent for him. The spirit power level and physical strength were perfectly suited to be his opponent. It wasn't the numerical suppression of a titled douluo, nor the fragile defense of an ordinary spirit saint that shattered upon contact. The silver rank second awakening, along with the supreme vital energy and strength from his skin spirit, gave him combat power surpassing spirit masters of the same rank. Uchiha Tamaki's monstrous strength, robust vital energy, and the physical and self-healing enhancements provided by the 100,000-year ink jade divine bamboo torso bone and the blue-silver emperor 100,000-year right leg bone also made Uchiha Tamaki's strength far exceed spirit masters of the same rank. Poison Immortal and Old Jin were also watching the fight in secret. The two of them had long guessed that Long Aoshin would challenge Uchiha Tamaki when he was announced as the young sect master. That little fellow's physique is actually this strong. Old Jin showed a look of astonishment. Otherwise, why do you think he could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? Old Jin had initially assumed that Uchiha Tamaki specialized in mental-type spirit abilities. Yet, Uchiha Tamaki was directly engaging in a melee fight with Long Aoshin, who possessed a skin spirit. Moreover, Uchiha Tamaki's vital energy and strength were not at all weaker than Long Aoshin's. His physique is a bit too strong. It should be because of his second spirit. I can feel the thick vitality from his second spirit, Poison Immortal said. Although Long Aoshin is only rank 69, his combat power is not weaker than a low-tier spirit douluo. And Uchiha Tamaki, who is only a 3-ring now, can fight Long Aoshin like this. When he reaches Spirit Saint, even some titled douluo might not be his match. Have you forgotten that Uchiha Tamaki hasn't used his most skilled spirit abilities yet? His Ice Spirit possesses the attributes of spirit, time, and space. These 3 attributes are the rarest and the most bizarre and mysterious. Our body sect is truly lucky to have encountered a genius like Uchiha Tamaki. Yes, Poison Immortal looked towards Huo Yuhao nearby. Our body sect is just that lucky. The originally quiet courtyard was now a complete mess. The more Long Aoshin fought, the more alarmed he became. Uchiha Tamaki was matching him blow for blow in the area where Long Aoshin was most skilled. Uchiha Tamaki, on the other hand, discovered that his spirit power was also becoming increasingly solidified during the battle. Indeed, fighting was the best way to cultivate, especially this kind of bone-jarring physical impact. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes shone, and the expression on his face became even more excited. The body sect lacked many things, but it never lacked reckless fighters. Spirit Saints, Spirit Douluo, and even titled Douluo could all become sparring partners for Uchiha Tamaki. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki was blasted away by a punch, crashing into the mountain wall behind him, causing gravel and stones to rain down. The next instant, Uchiha Tamaki pushed off the ground and leapt violently toward Long Aoshin, returning the favor immediately. An hour passed, then 2 hours passed. The two of them fought like tireless combat machines. Their powerful physiques and vigorous vital energy endowed them with immense stamina. If they were ordinary spirit masters, they would have been completely exhausted by now. But both of them still possessed vigorous vital energy, showing no signs of fatigue despite carrying injuries. Finally, Long Aocean stopped moving. Stop. What? We haven't decided a winner yet. I concede. You are only a 3-ring, and I am already a 6-ring. Fighting for this long without deciding a winner already explains a lot. Uchiha Tamaki was still unsatisfied. We can continue. This feeling of consolidating his own spirit power while fighting was too wonderful. Another day. I need to go back and rest well. Long Aocean saw Uchiha Tamaki's abundant energy and his eager fighting spirit. He suddenly had a premonition that he might very well become Uchiha Tamaki's punching bag in the future. Xiao Huan, I also want to fight like you. Huo Yuhao stepped forward, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with sparkling eyes. Don't look at everything and say you want it too. I truly can't handle this fighting style. Huo Yuhao scratched his head awkwardly. Back when Uchiha Tamaki fought the Shrek monitoring team, he wanted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, seeing Uchiha Tamaki fight Long Aocean, he again wanted to learn this kind of bone-crushing melee style. Bringing out your own advantages and strengthening the area you are best at, that is the correct path for a spirit master's growth, not constantly adding areas you are not good at. The next day, Uchiha Tamaki found a rank 77 spirit saint within the sect whose spirit was dual arms. On the third day, Uchiha Tamaki found a spirit douluo to spar with. In the time that followed, Uchiha Tamaki fought every day, and his spirit power continuously solidified. Uchiha Tamaki felt that the solidity of his spirit power had already reached level 2, which was double that of a spirit master of the same rank. Less consumption, stronger output power. However, at this point, Uchiha Tamaki also felt that the solidity of his spirit power had reached a limit and would be difficult to solidify further unless he condensed a spirit core in advance. But for now, Uchiha Tamaki did not meet the conditions to condense a spirit core. In the end, he estimated that he needed to reach at least rank 60 to barely meet the minimum requirement for condensing a spirit core. Finally, after staying at the body sect for 4 months, the cooldown time for Uchiha Tamaki's third spirit ability, 10,000 years in a glance, ended. He could finally return to 10,000 years ago. However, before that, Uchiha Tamaki still needed to inform Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal. Old Huo, I plan to go out for a walk. Xiao Huan, I'll go with you. No need. Doesn't your second spirit require a trip to the extreme north? We are not going the same way, Uchiha Tamaki said. Ah, Xiao Huan, you know. Since that great worm wants to achieve godhood, a single spirit spirit alone is not enough. Since it possesses both spirit and ice attributes, it will likely use its million-year origin to create a spirit ability slot for you, Uchiha Tamaki explained. Of course, after saying all that, it's mainly because I can see the future. Also, your plan can succeed. Ah, Brother Tianmeng, did you hear that? Xiao Huan said we can succeed. HMPH. I don't need his affirmation, Tianmeng said proudly, though he also breathed a sigh of relief internally. Uchiha Tamaki's affirmation was more useful than anything else. It was hard to tell when it started, but both Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng had developed a sense of reliance on Uchiha Tamaki. Alright, I still need to go say goodbye to Poison Immortal Old Man. Whoosh, Uchiha Tamaki instantly vanished from his spot and appeared in the sect hall the next moment. Old Jin, where is the sect master? He started his seclusion last month, Old Jin replied. Are you looking for him? I can go call him out. Seclusion. Then let's not disturb him. The sect master might be able to break through the limit douluo level of rank 99 this time, Uchiha Tamaki remarked. Really? Old Jin immediately became excited, and Uchiha Tamaki nodded again. Right, I need to go out for a while. Ah, you're leaving the mountain. I'll send someone with you. No, no need. Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand. With my ability, no one can stop me if I decide to leave. Bringing a bodyguard would only cause more trouble. I have already marked my arts formula here. If I encounter real danger, I can return to the sect instantly. Old Jin thought about it and agreed. Alright then. If you get bullied outside, come back and tell me. Also, please congratulate the sect master for me. I won't be able to attend when he breaks through to rank 99. Haha. Go, go. I will pass your words along to him. Poison Immortal had also instructed Old Jin before entering seclusion not to stop Uchiha Tamaki if he decided to descend the mountain. Oh, right, the sect master said he found a spirit beast for your fourth ring. It's in the mixed zone of the Stardo Great Forest, a spirit beast named the Gilded Beast. It has dual attributes of spirit and space, a cultivation of 44,000 years. Do you want me to go fetch it for you? No need, I can handle it. 42 Encounter in the Forest. Uchiha Tamaki took the map given by Old Jin and hurried toward the Stardo Great Forest. After arriving at Spirit Hunting Town, the entrance to the Stardo Great Forest near the Jingyang Mountain Range, Uchiha Tamaki planned to rest there for one night. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name wecan.com for instant reading. Close black lens bracket. This Spirit Hunting Town was quite large. Uchiha Tamaki found a hotel, and just as he entered the lobby, he saw 3 people at the counter. They appeared to be a grandfather with his grandson and granddaughter, the oldest elder taking his grandchildren out to hunt spirits. Uchiha Tamaki felt considerable pressure from the old man, and since Uchiha Tamaki could handle anything below the titled douluo level without injury, this elder was very likely a titled douluo. His grandson and granddaughter behind him looked to be around 17 or 18. Both had inherited excellent genes. The boy was tall and straight with a handsome face, and his fine robes further accentuated his noble temperament. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the counter with a look of nonchalance. The girl looked a little more immature but was also a rare beauty with a seldom seen wine-red long hair. Interacting face to face with the boy, the girl seemed to have been angered by him. She stood with her hands on her hips, pouting unhappily. Of course, the real reason Uchiha Tamaki confirmed they were a trio of grandparents and grandchildren was that he heard the boy call the girl Mengmeng. These 3 must be Jing Hongqian, the hall master of Mingde Hall from the Sun Moon Empire, along with his grandson Xiao Hongqian and granddaughter Meng Hongqian. I apologize, esteemed guests, but we are completely out of vacant rooms here. The front desk attendant said helplessly to Jing Hongqian. Uchiha Tamaki didn't know why they had come here to hunt spirits, but the quality of the spirit hunting forest on the Sun Moon Empire side was indeed inferior to the Stardo Great Forest. Many rare spirit beasts could only be found in the Stardo Great Forest. Upon hearing the front desk attendant's words, Uchiha Tamaki turned and walked out of the hotel. He found another hotel and was in the process of checking in when Jing Hongqian, Xiao Hongqian, and Meng Hongqian walked in right behind him. Then he heard the front desk attendant say, I apologize to the 3 of you, but we do not have 3 empty rooms. We only have 1 available here. Grandpa, why are all the hotels here fully booked? Meng Hongqian complained dissatisfiedly. Jing Hongqian looked towards Uchiha Tamaki beside him. Young man, are you also staying here? Uchiha Tamaki turned to look at Jing Hongqian. Yes. Could you possibly give up your room to us? I can pay you 10 times the room rate. No, 100 gold coin. Jing Hongqian stated. Uchiha Tamaki silently filled out the registration form and handed it to the attendant. The attendant hesitated slightly, as he was quite interested in the 100 gold coin Jing Hongqian offered. Therefore, he didn't want to process Uchiha Tamaki's check-in. Uchiha Tamaki saw the attendant's expression and immediately understood his thoughts. The 3 tomo surfaced, and the attendant's expression turned wooden, then he emotionlessly completed the check-in procedures for Uchiha Tamaki. What an exquisite illusion technique. Jing Hongqian was slightly surprised. He had naturally seen that the attendant had fallen for an illusion. However, this young man hadn't revealed any spirit rings, clearly utilizing a self-created spirit ability. There really are many geniuses on the douluo continent. One could casually meet such an outstanding genius just by being outside. Uchiha Tamaki didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. After all, he had traveled a long way and only wanted to take a bath now, so he could enter the Stardo Great Forest in his best condition. Tomorrow. The next day, Uchiha Tamaki entered the Stardo Great Forest, flying directly through the outer region straight toward the mixed zone. Uchiha Tamaki descended from the air. Every few hundred kilometers, he had to land to recover some spirit power, then continue flying. After 2 days, he finally entered the mixed zone. However, upon reaching the mixed zone, Uchiha Tamaki stopped flying. Flying in the mixed zone was asking for trouble. The outer region was like kindergarten to him, but once he entered the mixed zone, even he had to proceed with caution. With his current spirit power level and condensation, flying a few hundred kilometers was still easy. After walking for half a day, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly saw a black wolf blocking his path. An absolute shadow wolf, with an age no less than 30,000 years. Encountering a high-aged spirit beast that wasn't the target during a spirit hunt was quite troublesome. Especially a troublesome spirit beast like the absolute shadow wolf. Although the absolute shadow wolf was not a super spirit beast, it was one that approached the level of a super spirit beast. None of its attributes were particularly outstanding, but it was one of the few spirit beasts possessing an innate domain. Their domain was called the shadowy domain. Within the shadowy domain, spirit power would be continuously absorbed and then fed back to the absolute shadow wolf. It granted immunity to all control skills, including illusion techniques, and exempted 80% of damage. Once a battle commenced with the absolute shadow wolf, the more spirit power used, the faster it would be absorbed. Uchiha Tamaki didn't even have time to make a move before the absolute shadow wolf activated its shadowy domain. A 50-meter diameter domain enveloped Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki could feel his spirit power being drawn out bit by bit. He couldn't fight a war of attrition with the absolute shadow wolf, but if he activated his spirit power consumption would increase several times over. Uchiha Tamaki took a deep breath, and the blood chi furnace on his body began to boil. If he couldn't use spirit abilities, he would just use his fists to beat it into submission. Uchiha Tamaki stomped his foot and suddenly charged toward the absolute shadow wolf. Bang! He threw out a punch, and the absolute shadow wolf's head took a solid hit, sending its body flying dozens of meters away. But then it stood up unharmed. The 80% damage exemption also made it difficult for most opponents to instantly kill it. The absolute shadow wolf let out a howl, its voice carrying a mental shockwave. However, its mental attack was useless against Uchiha Tamaki, not even managing to shake him. Uchiha Tamaki rushed forward again, unleashing a punch wrapped in crushing force, even fiercer than the previous one. Ha, Grandpa, there's someone fighting in that direction. Jing Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, and Xiao Hongqian all sensed the battle fluctuations not far away, along with the trembling of the ground. From this, it could be seen that the levels of both sides fighting would not be low. But this was normal. Anyone appearing in the mixed zone, whether human or spirit beast, would not be weak. Grandpa, shall we go take a look? Meng Hongqian asked. Approaching rashly might easily cause a misunderstanding. Jing Hongqian frowned. He wasn't very keen on bringing the two children closer. Grandpa, Meng Hongqian pulled Jing Hongqian's arm and started acting spoiled. Grandpa, let's go. I also want to see a battle between high-level spirit masters on the douluo continent. Jing Hongqian thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian immediately activated the spirit tools on their bodies and flew into the air. The three arrived in the sky near the battlefield. Before even getting close, Jing Hongqian knew who one of the parties was. An absolute shadow wolf. If they encountered a high-aged absolute shadow wolf, it was a spirit beast that even a titled douluo would find extremely troublesome. However, for Jing Hongqian, who specialized in spirit tools, it wasn't a problem. After all, the spirit tools equipped on his person could deliver a bone-shattering combo to the absolute shadow wolf from 100 meters away. Jing Hongqian's gaze narrowed slightly, because he saw the other party engaged in combat with the absolute shadow wolf. 043 Don't aim your killing intent at me, hey. It's that brat who uses genjutsu. Jing Hongqian recognized Uchiha Tamaki. But what he didn't expect was that the brat, who should have been skilled in genjutsu, was currently engaging the absolute shadow wolf in close combat using taijutsu. And how old is this brat exactly? 9 or 10, to be able to fight a 30,000-year absolute shadow wolf at this age. Even Jing Hongqian wouldn't be confident facing this absolute shadow wolf without using his spirit tools. After all, the mechanism of the absolute shadow wolf was too disgusting, and he was the type not skilled in spirit martial soul combat. In fact, a large portion of his titled douluo cultivation was achieved through consuming pills. His actual combat power was weaker than the titled douluo from the douluo Three Kingdoms side. Of course, if spirit tools were included, he was confident he could make any spirit master of the same rank kneel and sing, conquer. Uchiha Tamaki sensed someone approaching, slightly locking a portion of his attention onto Jing Hongqian and his two grandchildren, while also needing to quickly finish off the absolute shadow wolf before him. Uchiha Tamaki stomped his foot, leaping into the air. Peerless great strength. Sky-shattering kick. Boom. He kicked the absolute shadow wolf's lower back. Immediately, the absolute shadow wolf's body could not withstand this force, and its massive frame collapsed onto the ground. Simultaneously, the ground centered on the absolute shadow wolf began to shatter inch by inch. The area within a 3 to 4 meter radius was pulverized by this single kick. Jing Hongqian, Xiao Hongqian, and Meng Hongqian's expressions all changed upon seeing this scene. Such powerful strength. Pure physical power. The might of this attack had likely reached the spirit douluo level. The absolute shadow wolf felt its entire rear half become numb. Uchiha Tamaki flipped over and jumped onto the absolute shadow wolf's back, unleashing sparks from his clenched fists. Punch after punch hammered the absolute shadow wolf's head, each blow drawing blood. This continued until the shadow domain on the ground disappeared, and a circle of black spirit rings manifested around the absolute shadow wolf. Xiao Hongqian, who considered himself invincible among his peers, now looked at Uchiha Tamaki with eyes devoid of spirit. Uchiha Tamaki's combat strength made him realize the gap between himself and a true genius. Meng Hongqian, on the other hand, looked at Uchiha Tamaki with her peach blossom eyes. She was purely infatuated. Uchiha Tamaki stood up, panting, glanced at the absolute shadow wolf's corpse, and stored it in his storage sphere. Then he raised his head to look at the distant sky. Jing Hongqian knew he had been discovered and descended with Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. Young friend, you are truly not simple. I wonder which family's genius you are. Jing Hongqian genuinely felt the urge to kill at this moment. If such a genius were allowed to grow, he would become a great enemy of the Sun Moon Empire. Hey, can you hide your killing intent a little? Uchiha Tamaki stretched his arm. Unless you don't want the white-haired to send off the black-haired. Ha. To speak of killing my grandchildren right in front of me, do you even know who I am? The Sun Moon Empire, Hall Master of Mingde Hall, Jing Hongqian, correct. Jing Hongqian narrowed his eyes, staring at Uchiha Tamaki. Since you know me, you still dare to speak such words. Uchiha Tamaki raised his head, his eyes opening to reveal the Mangekyo. Simultaneously, 3 black spirit rings appeared beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. The instant Jing Hongqian's gaze connected with Uchiha Tamaki's eyes, his brain felt like it had been struck by a giant hammer. Not good. Jing Hongqian hurriedly activated his mental force, breaking through the genjutsu. The entire process took only 1 second. When he regained clarity, Uchiha Tamaki was standing behind him, positioned between Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. Jing Hongqian's gaze sharpened. Uchiha Tamaki hadn't delivered a killing blow. If he had killed Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, his soul-hunting journey this time would have been ruined, and he would definitely be chased for 10 streets by Jing Hongqian wielding a level 9 fixed ammunition spirit tool cannon. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian currently felt completely stiff, utterly incapable of any resistance. Jing Hongqian broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with a mixture of shock and rage. Monster. Terrifying mental force, supreme genjutsu. He, a titled douluo, was controlled by genjutsu for a full second. He also possesses a monstrous physique, capable of engaging a 30,000-year absolute shadow wolf in close combat, and then beating it to death with just his fists and feet. Jing Hongqian had no doubt that if Uchiha Tamaki could inflict a fatal injury on him in a short time, he would have done so without hesitation. Uchiha Tamaki smiled and patted Xiao Hongqian's shoulder. Jing Hongqian, watching from the opposite side, felt his scalp tingle, fearing Uchiha Tamaki might crush his grandson with one slap. Do not aim any more killing intent at me. After all, your 2 grandchildren only have 1 life. Also, we don't have to be enemies. With that, Uchiha Tamaki turned and left. Xiao Hongqian collapsed onto the ground. When Uchiha Tamaki patted his shoulder, he felt like he was about to die. Jing Hongqian, however, was pondering the meaning of Uchiha Tamaki's final sentence. The encounter with Jing Hongqian's family was just a small interlude. Uchiha Tamaki did not encounter any other spirit masters for the following period. After 5 days of searching, Uchiha Tamaki finally found the gilded beast. This gilded beast's body was not extremely large. It looked like a big cat, but instead of fur, its body shimmered with a metallic texture. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki saw an image of himself being sliced open, and his body reacted instantly. Slash. Just then, where Uchiha Tamaki had been standing, the ground was covered in dense slashes. The surrounding plants and trees were also cut into fragments. Uchiha Tamaki broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying slashes! These must be spatial slashes, right? These slashes had no observable trajectory or pattern. The gilded beast hadn't made any discernible movement, it just glanced at him, and then the attack was launched. If he hadn't possessed danger premonition, he might very well have overturned here today. Uchiha Tamaki immediately summoned 10 clones, surrounding the gilded beast from all directions. Rasengan. The 10 clones simultaneously held Rasengan and rushed towards the gilded beast. The gilded beast's body suddenly turned ethereal, causing the clones' attacks to miss. Uchiha Tamaki saw the gilded beast's ethereal body, and a sharp glint burst from his eyes. Isn't this a knockoff version of Kamui? The gilded beast's ethereal state only lasted for 1 second, but while ethereal, it could still attack. It swiped its claw, and 3 clones were instantly shattered. But its good days ended there. The remaining clones subjected the gilded beast to a righteous group beating. Seeing that the gilded beast's ethereal state only lasted for 1 second, Uchiha Tamaki was slightly disappointed. Compared to the 5-minute duration of the genuine Kamui, it was a bit underwhelming. However, the fact that it could attack while ethereal was something Kamui couldn't match. If used at a critical moment, it could still achieve quite a good effect. Finally, the gilded beast let out a whimper and fell to the ground, offering up a black spirit ring. After dispersing 10 clones to surround the area from all directions, Uchiha Tamaki finally sat cross-legged and began absorbing the gilded beast's spirit ring. 44 Nursery. The residual mental force of the gilded beast within the spirit ring was instantly crushed upon entering Uchiha Tamaki's mind. Energy also began to impact Uchiha Tamaki's body, and at the same time, Uchiha Tamaki felt a stinging sensation coming from his right eye. The eye of void in his right eye began to evolve. The spirit beast's origin continuously poured into his right eye, and Uchiha Tamaki felt the power of his right eye constantly strengthening. It was painful, yet it stirred Uchiha Tamaki's emotions. After an hour of continuous absorption, Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes. In the next moment, Uchiha Tamaki felt the inexhaustible flow of his pupil power, pouring out like a waterfall. Endless. Truly endless. Uchiha Tamaki felt that these eyes were pushing his mental force to an entirely new height. Although slow, the growth was tangible. First spirit ability, Phantom Evil Shadow. Second spirit ability, Danger Foresight. Third spirit ability, One Glance, 10,000 Years. Uchiha Tamaki also obtained his first truly offensive spirit ability, the fourth spirit ability, Void Self-Severance. It allowed his body to enter a 1-second phased state, while his body was surrounded by unstable spatial rifts. Anyone or anything that touched the spatial rifts would be torn apart. This meant that within 1 second, Uchiha Tamaki could not only achieve near invincibility but also go wherever he wanted and kill whomever he wanted. It was time to go back. Uchiha Tamaki activated One Glance, 10,000 Years. Upon returning to 10,000 years ago, an old man with green hair and an ugly face appeared before Uchiha Tamaki. Teleportation. Douluo looked at Uchiha Tamaki, who had suddenly appeared before him, with suspicion. Behind Douluo was a little girl with green hair, looking about 13 or 14, likely there to hunt for her third ring. "Hey, brat, where are you from?" "I am from the Spirit Hall." A hostile look appeared in Douluo's eyes, and he began considering whether to kill Uchiha Tamaki right there. Uchiha Tamaki sensed the killing intent from Douluo. "Old man, don't bring disaster upon yourself and your granddaughter." Douluo laughed in anger. This kid before him looked only about 10 years old, yet his tone was incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, an aura swept past from high above. The aura was as profound as an abyss, like a massive beast passing through the sky. Just then, the person in the sky seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped. In the next moment, a tall and sturdy white-haired elder descended from the sky. Douluo felt this aura and, like a mouse seeing a cat, immediately shrank his neck, shielding his granddaughter Douluo behind him. "Ha, boy, I finally found you." The newcomer was the second priest of the Hall of Worship, Golden Crocodile. "You've been missing for over half a year, and Bibi Dong, that crazy woman, almost tore the Hall of Worship apart." She thinks the high priest harmed you. Come with me quickly. Douluo gasped in shock upon hearing this. Who was this kid? He could make Bibi Dong clash with people from the Spirit Hall's Hall of Worship for his sake. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at Douluo, and Douluo tensed up completely. Golden Crocodile noticed Uchiha Tamaki's gaze and asked, should I take care of this old poison along the way? No need. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. Take me back. Golden Crocodile lifted Uchiha Tamaki and soared directly into the sky. Is Sister Dong all right? She's fine. The high priest went easy on her, Golden Crocodile said. By the way, where have you been these past 6 months? Secret, Uchiha Tamaki replied. You have no idea. To find you and give Bibi Dong an explanation, a few of us old guys took turns wandering around the Sunset Forest. It nearly exhausted us old men to death. Traveling at lightning speed, they finally reached the Spirit Hall. Golden Crocodile directly tossed Uchiha Tamaki at the entrance of the Supreme Pontiff Palace and left quickly. Shortly after Uchiha Tamaki's aura appeared, Bibi Dong materialized in front of him. Damn, when did our Spirit Hall get such beautiful long legs? Uchiha Tamaki slowly shifted his gaze upward and then saw the towering peaks and the face covered in frost. You brat, you're finally willing to come back. Sister Dong, long time no see. Where exactly have you been these past 6 months? Uchiha Tamaki took out a secret manual. Sister Dong, this is for you. Bibi Dong looked down at the method of spirit core condensation. Study it yourself. I'm heading back first. Oh right, where is old Ju? These past 6 months, he's been running around everywhere looking for news of you. Didn't Qian Dalu, that old man, say anything about my whereabouts? He did, Bibi Dong said with a sigh. Yu Guan suspected you might have teleported to some hidden location, so he's been searching for your traces all these past 6 months. What about Uncle Gui? He just returned not long ago and is currently at his residence. Perhaps Gui Mei has a way to contact your master. Then I'll go find Uncle Gui. Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand, and his figure instantly vanished. This kid's spirit has developed so exquisitely. Spatial types are truly convenient. Uchiha Tamaki found Gui Mei's residence and knocked on the door. Then, a 5 or 6-year-old child opened the door. Uchiha Tamaki was stunned for a moment. The child looked up at Uchiha Tamaki. Who are you looking for? Does Elder Gui Mei live here? Oh, you're looking for my Grandpa Gui. I'll go call Grandpa Gui. The child turned and ran into the house. Uchiha Tamaki walked directly through the open gate. Although Gui Mei was a highly ranked elder, his home wasn't large, a 2-courtyard residence. While spacious compared to ordinary people, it seemed quite simple compared to his status. At that moment, Gui Mei walked out from inside the house. The instant he saw Uchiha Tamaki, he rushed over. You brat, you're finally back. Do you know how long old Ju and I have been looking for you? Uncle Gui, can you contact old Ju? I can. He's currently in the far north. I'll send him a message, Gui Mei said. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the boy beside Gui Mei. Uncle Gui, is this your grandson? He's from my elder brother's line, Gui Mei replied. Where have you been these past 6 months? I was sent to a certain secret realm by a god, Uchiha Tamaki explained. No wonder none of us could find you. Because Yu Guan often boasted to Gui Mei also knew that Uchiha Tamaki was favored by a god. Wu Yan, call Brother Huan. Brother Huan. Uchiha Tamaki took out a brocade box and handed it to Gui Mei. Uncle, this is a treasure I obtained from the secret realm, a gift for you. What is this? Gui Mei opened the brocade box and saw a grass inside that constantly emitted black mist. We'll ask old Ju when he gets back. Little Huan, wait, can you let Gui Wuyan stay by your side? Quote? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Gui Wuyan, then at Gui Mei. Uncle Gui, do I look like someone who can take care of a child? You are a child yourself. But, why? Wu Yan, show Brother Huan your spirit. 45 Xiao Wu is already an actress. Uchiha Tamaki looked towards Wu Yan, and then Wu Yan's pupils began to change, transforming into a magnificent pattern, just like a blooming flower. Oh wow, it's actually a dual-eye spirit as well. Uchiha Tamaki finally understood why Gui Mei had asked him to look after Wu Yan. In this era, there was no such thing as a second awakening for original body martial souls, and most original body martial souls were very weak in their initial stages, having almost no advantage against tool spirits, beast spirits, or even plant spirits. Therefore, original body martial souls in this era were synonymous with weakness. Uchiha Tamaki was the sole exception. When facing other types of martial souls, he wasn't just a little stronger, he was overwhelmingly powerful. So, Gui Mei wanted Uchiha Tamaki to teach Gui Wuyan. Wuyan, what is your innate full spirit power level? Level 1. I don't expect him to be as strong as you, but at least I hope he can have some ability to protect himself. Level 1. That's excellent. The power of these eyes surpasses anyone's imagination, Uchiha Tamaki stated. Gui Mei was somewhat surprised. Xiao Huan, you don't need to comfort me. I am not comforting you, Uncle Gui. Original body martial souls don't place much importance on innate spirit power, they look at the location. The more vital the body part, the stronger the martial soul. The eyes are extremely important to a person, so these eyes are a very powerful martial soul. Really, look at my eyes, Uncle Gui, and you will know. Gui Mei instantly became excited. He had always worried about Gui Wuyan's future. This was also why he shamelessly asked Uchiha Tamaki to take care of him. Now that he heard Uchiha Tamaki say that Gui Wuyan's talent wasn't as bad as imagined, a sliver of hope rose in his heart. After bringing Gui Wuyan back to his home, Uchiha Tamaki asked, what are these eyes called? Starfire eyes. What attributes? Spirit, holy, and dark. Stay here with me and cultivate diligently for the next while, Uchiha Tamaki said. Then he brought out his exclusive throne, the bathtub, which he hadn't used in over a year. Yes, brother Xiao Huan. Bathing was truly the meaning of life. In the bathtub, Uchiha Tamaki felt all the cells in his body cheering joyfully. Just then, the Golden Three Fools burst into Uchiha Tamaki's courtyard. Uchiha Tamaki, you really are back. Juliana looked at Uchiha Tamaki in the bathtub, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. We are all spirit ancestors at level 40 now. Uchiha Tamaki, we can definitely defeat you now. Hey, keep your voices down. Uchiha Tamaki kept his eyes closed, lying in the bathtub. Can't you see there's a child cultivating over there? The three turned their heads and finally saw Gui Wuyan sitting under the eaves cultivating. The three immediately lowered their voices, but the fighting spirit in their eyes did not diminish. Hurry up and get out, don't hide in the bathtub. At that moment, 4 spirit rings materialized around the bathtub, black, 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 black. Uchiha Tamaki silently turned his head to look at the Golden Three Fools. The voices of the Golden Three Fools instantly seemed stuck in their throats. They weren't astonished by the color of Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings, after all, they already knew about them from Bibi Dong. However, 4 spirit rings at the age of 9 were somewhat difficult for them to accept. Back when they both had 2 rings, they were nearly beaten so badly they saw their great-grandmother when facing the 1 ring Uchiha Tamaki. And over the years, they had consistently received combat training from Uchiha Tamaki's clones. Now, seeing Uchiha Tamaki catch up and stand on the same level as them, all their fighting spirit vanished without a trace. Uchiha Tamaki stood up from the bathtub, and Juliana immediately covered her eyes in embarrassment. Ah, what are you doing? You all barged in while I was bathing. Uchiha Tamaki had no intention of concealing himself. We'll let you off this time. We'll settle the score another time when we have the opportunity. Juliana turned and left. It was unclear whether she was scared off by Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings or by his naked body. Since Juliana ran away, Xie Yu and Yan naturally followed her quickly. As for harsh words, they didn't say any at all. They felt that if they dared to speak harshly, Uchiha Tamaki might not grant them the same leniency he showed Juliana. Uchiha Tamaki lay back down in the bathtub, raised a finger, and pointed upward. Water release. Lesser waterfall technique. Splash. The water in the bathtub was filled again. Uchiha Tamaki only got up after soaking until his skin turned pale. At this time, Gui Wuyan had also finished his cultivation. At Nuoding Academy, Tang San had just returned from the blacksmith shop. Xiao Wu, I got this month's wages today. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? No, I still have to cultivate, Xiao Wu replied. Since she signed a contract with Uchiha Tamaki 2 years ago, she discovered her spirit power level was advancing by leaps and bounds. That contract allowed Uchiha Tamaki to transmit spirit power to her across thousands of miles, integrating perfectly into her body without hindrance. Now, she was already a spirit elder at level 32. Coupled with the fact that she already knew Tang-san had a titled douluo backing him, she truly couldn't get any closer to Tang-san. Of course, to avoid being prematurely stifled by Tang Hao, she still acted out her part with Tang-san every day. She felt like she was now an actress. Tang-san was slightly disappointed, but looking at Xiao Wu's spirit power level, he also felt a sense of urgency. How could he let Xiao Wu pull further ahead in level? However, he had tried hard over these 2 years, attempting to catch up to Xiao Wu's spirit power level. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to Xiao Wu. In fact, the gap was widening. Currently, Tang-san was only level 21, having just broken through to the second ring. He possessed the mysterious heaven skill, so why couldn't he catch up to Xiao Wu? In the beginning, he suspected Xiao Wu had some kind of special cultivation method. But after observing many times, he found that Xiao Wu was cultivating using the basic meditation technique taught at the academy. However, he later found an excuse for himself. He had to go blacksmithing every day, cultivate the purple demon eye, forge hidden weapons, and study theoretical knowledge with his teachers. It wasn't like Xiao Wu, who cultivated all day long. The gap naturally widened. Furthermore, he wasn't a true innate full spirit power. He only reached full spirit power upon awakening his spirit because of the mysterious heaven skill. Xiao Wu was a genuine innate full spirit power, so such a large gap naturally appeared. At this moment, Tang Hao, hiding in the shadows, also looked puzzled. Watching Xiao Wu near the work-study student dormitory, he could naturally tell that Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast. But wasn't Xiao Wu's spirit power increasing too rapidly? His son was only level 21, yet Xiao Wu was already level 32, a difference of an entire major realm. Did all transformed spirit beasts cultivate this fast? Or perhaps, like human spirit masters, spirit beasts also had varying levels of talent. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's relationship with his son was harmonious now, and with him watching secretly, he didn't need to worry about Xiao Wu slipping out of his control. 046 First publicly assigned mission. Gui Wuyan's cultivation progress was not slow, or rather, his talent was never poor. It was just because he had the original body martial soul, coupled with low innate spirit power, that he was mistakenly regarded as having low talent. Uchiha Tamaki first fed the whale jelly to Gui Wuyan to slowly widen his meridians and strengthen his physique. Uchiha Tamaki also taught the mysterious heaven skill to Gui Wuyan. This mysterious heaven skill was obtained from the ice and fire yin-yang well 10,000 years later. In just over a month, Gui Wuyan's spirit power reached level 3. That day, Uchiha Tamaki was sparring with Gui Wuyan when he suddenly felt a surging wave of spirit power approaching. In the next instant, Uchiha Tamaki violently knocked Gui Wuyan away. Immediately following, countless golden petals poured down like raindrops. Every single petal possessed the might to shatter metal and crack stone. When they landed on the ground, the earth continuously cracked. Uchiha Tamaki's 4 spirit rings flickered beneath his feet. 4th spirit ability, Void Self-Annihilation. Uchiha Tamaki's figure turned into nothingness, and at the same time, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly leapt up, charging toward the person launching the attack. The person in the sky looked astonished upon seeing this, but facing Uchiha Tamaki's proactive attack, he did not dodge, allowing Uchiha Tamaki to approach. However, the moment Uchiha Tamaki got close, waves of sharpness emanated from his body. SSSSHHH. The person's cuff shattered, and his body immediately showed dense, cutting marks. The person hastily pulled back, looking at the fine cuts on his hand. Good kid. The person who arrived was none other than old Yu Guan. Uchiha Tamaki also emerged from his void state at this time. Was that your 4th spirit ability just now? Yu Guan looked at Uchiha Tamaki with surprise and uncertainty. He had seen Uchiha Tamaki's 4th spirit ring flash beneath his feet. Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Void Self-Annihilation allows me to enter a void state for 1 second, granting immunity to all attacks and control, and simultaneously forming an encirclement around me composed of numerous spatial rifts. 1 second of invincibility. Coupled with passive defensive counterattack, it can also serve as an active close-range attack skill. Yu Guan immediately realized the practical scenarios for this spirit ability. Moreover, the power of these spatial rifts was quite considerable, already capable of injuring a titled douluo. Where have you been for the last 6 months, kid? It was the same question again. Uchiha Tamaki looked helplessly at Yu Guan. Old Jew, didn't Uncle Gui and the crazy woman tell you? Where did the Kirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and the 9 netherworld grass come from? Since I was teleported to a secret realm, where do you think these 2 herbs came from? Then you aren't going out recently, right? Yu Guan asked. Since accepting Uchiha Tamaki, in over 3 years, Uchiha Tamaki had rarely stayed put properly. Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment. His Eye of 10,000 Years had a 6-month cooldown, and he had also put the Eye of Void on his right eye into a cooldown period. Therefore, within these 6 months, Uchiha Tamaki could not perform time or world travel. Not going out for now. That's good then. I don't have any missions during this time either. I'll be your opponent and spar with you properly. Uchiha Tamaki also wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and a titled douluo. In the following period, Yu Guan came to find Uchiha Tamaki to spar every day. Uchiha Tamaki gained a certain understanding of the various statistics of a titled douluo. Of course, currently, he still lacked a way to severely wound a titled douluo. Even if he used genjutsu to hard control a titled douluo for 2 or 3 seconds, it was useless. Titled douluo's perception of danger, even if hit by genjutsu. They could quickly break free from the genjutsu's control if a fatal danger arose. Spirit power was the hard flaw. If he had enough spirit power, he could release the complete Susanoo. His current eye power was certainly sufficient, but Susanoo required both spirit power and eye power to meet the conditions simultaneously. Currently, releasing a half-body Susanoo was already very strained. Although Uchiha Madara in the Naruto world was also a monster of stats, his spirit power was not outstanding. In the battle at the Valley of the End, he only managed a sustained fight against Senju Hashirama by relying on the 9-tailed chakra. The simplest method to increase spirit power was to add spirit rings to his wood release. Wood release could grant one powerful vitality and recovery ability, not just recovery from injuries, but it could also greatly increase the recovery speed of spirit power. However, Uchiha Tamaki also had a plan for his wood release. First plants, then adding water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Only by gathering water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, plus the yin and yang attributes, could he generate the power of all creation and initiate the evolutionary path of the Rinnegan. The yin attribute was mental force, which Uchiha Tamaki already possessed, so it didn't need to be specially added. The yang attribute was vitality. Wood release itself represented the life attribute, but the life attribute was not prominent enough. He needed to balance the yin attribute with at least 2 high-quality spirit rings. Then there were water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, which also required spirit rings of at least 10,000 years or more. Uchiha Tamaki thought of the Blue-Silver King in the Blue-Silver Forest. An age of 85,000 years and powerful vitality made it quite suitable to become a spirit ring for his wood release. However, before absorbing the 5th spirit ring, he must undergo the second awakening of his original body martial soul. Spirit abilities were secondary, the main thing was attribute compatibility. Uchiha Tamaki was planning his future when Yu Guan arrived at Uchiha Tamaki's small courtyard. Xiao Huan, I have a small mission for you. Ah, me. The Star Luo Empire has discovered fallen soul masters. On this day 10,000 years ago, the term evil soul master didn't exist, they were all called fallen soul masters. Spirit masters in the spirit hall basically received missions, either actively or passively. Missions like eliminating fallen soul masters were mostly handled by spirit hall elites. Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll take this mission. Is there more detailed intelligence? Yu Guan handed a piece of intelligence to Uchiha Tamaki and added, depart as soon as possible. Then I'll leave Wu Yan in your care. Wu Yan wouldn't need his care for the next 2 years, so it didn't matter who took care of him. Uchiha Tamaki took the intelligence and left immediately. The intelligence investigated by the Spirit Hall indicated 2 fallen soul masters at the Spirit King level. They had slaughtered the villagers of 3 villages within the Star Luo Empire, with 2 survivors. Most of the intelligence was provided by these two survivors. The targets might be hiding in the Douluo mountain range. The Douluo mountain range stretched for thousands of kilometers, with numerous towns and villages near the range. This also facilitated their action of slaughtering ordinary people. They would hide in the Douluo mountain range after killing and then emerge elsewhere. After leaving Spirit City, Uchiha Tamaki passed by the battlefield of the future Three Gods War, Jialing Pass. This city was quite magnificent, but it was far from being indestructible even by a god. In fact, a few more titled douluo could destroy it. So, it was likely that some formations were deployed on the city walls that could be activated during wartime to increase defense. The journey was monotonous and dull. Uchiha Tamaki encountered no danger, not even a single conflict. This was mainly because he chose the official road, and there were many passing merchant caravans along the way. After spending a month, Uchiha Tamaki arrived at Lion City in the Douluo Empire and met the local Spirit Hall representative, Ma Shunuo. 047 You wouldn't have colluded with a fallen soul master, would you? You aren't colluding with a fallen soul master, are you? The person in Lion City named Ma Shunuo was Daimler, a middle-aged man in his 40s with the strength of a four-ring spirit ancestor. Reaching the four-ring level at this age meant his potential was basically exhausted. My lord, this is a map of Lion City and the surrounding areas. This line here is the Douluo mountain range, and these three villages are located here. Daimler pointed to three red dots on the map. What do these large red circles mean? Uchiha Tamaki pointed to the concentric red circles on the map along the Douluo mountain range. These large red circles mark areas that have been explored and where spirit beasts over 30,000 years old are active. Daimler explained. Although the Douluo mountain range was home to a large number of spirit beasts, it was not the Do Great Forest, so there were no spirit beasts of extremely high ages residing there. 30,000 years was already considered a very high age for a spirit beast. Uchiha Tamaki quickly calculated that there were probably only a dozen spirit beasts over 30,000 years old in the entire Douluo mountain range. Are you sure the target is a Spirit King level fallen soul master? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Yes, my lord. The identity of one of them has been confirmed. He is the second young master of the Marquis Lion family in Lion City. Because his talent is inferior to his elder brothers, he was unqualified to inherit the family business. I don't know when he started secretly cultivating an evil secret method, raising his strength from a one-ring spirit master to the Spirit King level in just 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years, and you didn't notice? Uchiha Tamaki's gaze turned sharp. How many lives would it take to fuel a fallen soul master's cultivation from the first ring to the 5th ring? If a fallen soul master constantly attacked spirit masters of the same level, it would take at least 5 or 6 spirit masters of the same level to allow the fallen soul master to advance one major realm. But if they attacked civilians, the number of people consumed by the evil soul master would increase exponentially. To put it plainly, the Spirit Hall branch hall served the function of what would be the police department in modern times. Now, someone was openly using civilians or spirit masters as materials to cultivate an evil secret method, yet the Spirit Hall branch hall hadn't detected anything. This was beyond dereliction of duty. Uchiha Tamaki scrutinized Daimler before him. You aren't colluding with a fallen soul master, are you? No, I really didn't. Daimler quickly explained. Even though the young man before him was young, the pressure emanating from his eyes was immense. Even if Uchiha Tamaki was just an ordinary child with no spirit power, he had arrived holding an elder token. Someone who could present an elder token meant his elders were high-ranking figures within the Spirit Hall. If it wasn't you, then there is only one other person in the city with the ability to conceal the fact that the fallen soul master was murdering people, and possibly even assisting him. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze turned cold. Daimler immediately thought of the person Uchiha Tamaki mentioned. The head of the Lion family, Marquis Lion. Let's go. Take me to see this Marquis Lion. A Marquis was already a high-ranking noble of the Douluo Empire. The Lion family name and the name of Lion City were bound together, which indicated that Lion City was the territory of the Lion family. Therefore, the most likely person to conceal the fallen soul master's actions was this Marquis. Now, otherwise, should we bring all the branch hall members and surround the Marquis's manor? Then let's leave right now. Daimler wiped the sweat from his forehead. This young man certainly didn't mince. Words. Although Lion City was not comparable to Spirit City, it was located on the main thoroughfare leading to Star Luo City. Many merchant caravans would pass through Lion City, bringing prosperity to it. This also brought immense wealth to the Lion family. The Lion family had ruled this city for several hundred years, and the wealth accumulated over this time was incalculable. When Uchiha Tamaki arrived at Marquis Lion's residence, he saw a magnificent complex of buildings. Although it wasn't as large as the Imperial Palace, its level of luxury was equal to, if not greater than, the Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the front of the Marquis's residence, the guards immediately stepped forward to intercept them. Uchiha Tamaki merely glanced at the guards. Those two guards returned to their posts with dull expressions. Daimler looked confused. Had Uchiha Tamaki been here before? Why did the guards clearly intend to stop them, only to return to their posts after seeing Uchiha Tamaki? Uchiha Tamaki walked straight ahead, heading toward the tallest building. Although it was his first time here, the tallest building surely housed the steward. When he walked into the front hall of the residence, an elderly man with remarkable vigor was seated on the main seat. Although his hair was white, his face was extremely well maintained. He wore luxurious robes that accentuated the majesty of a superior. Standing behind the old man was a middle-aged spirit master. Although he had suppressed his aura, his tall figure still exuded a robust vitality. This was at least a 7-ring spirit saint, and one of the strength type. The old man was currently discussing family affairs with various branches of the family. Several hundred years of development had allowed the Lion family to proliferate into a vast population. When the old man saw Uchiha Tamaki and Daimler walk in, his expression turned cold. "Whose faction are you from? Who allowed you inside?" Uchiha Tamaki turned to look at Daimler. "Is he the Lion family head?" Daimler swallowed. He hadn't expected Uchiha Tamaki to be so reckless, barging in without even announcing himself. However, in response to Uchiha Tamaki's question, he nodded. Uchiha Tamaki activated his 3 tomo and stared at the old man. "Do you know that your son has become a fallen soul master?" The old man's expression became dull, and he nodded. "I know. Where did the materials needed for your son to cultivate the evil secret method come from?" "I bought them." The old man's words instantly caused an uproar among everyone in the front hall. It was at this moment that the old man snapped back to his senses, his face changing drastically. "Kuang Long, take them down!" the old man shrieked. The spirit saint beside him, named Kuang Long, hesitated slightly, but he still revealed the 7 spirit rings beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Simultaneously, a black pseudo-dragon appeared behind Kuang Long. Its bulky body had wings on its back, its head was ferocious and terrifying, and its belly was swollen, making it look like a great lizard that was 10 months pregnant, yet it radiated a scorching spirit power fluctuation. "My lord, hurry and go. I will stop him." Daimler was terrified, but he could only step forward to block. Black, 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 black. 4 black spirit rings materialized beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. Everyone present had their expressions change drastically upon seeing Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Kuang Long and simultaneously took out the Elder Token, conducting business for the Spirit Hall. "Do you intend to obstruct us?" When Kuang Long saw this, he wasn't afraid of the Spirit Hall Elder Token, but rather what the 4 spirit rings beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet signified. "Reporting to this esteemed lord, I was merely trying to help you control the situation here." Kuang Long decisively backed down. Regardless of how this person before him obtained 4 10,000-year spirit rings, he was absolutely a genius of the Spirit Hall. A genius executing a mission like this would certainly have experts protecting him, possibly even a titled douluo. Now that his employer was involved in something like a fallen soul master, involving himself further would be no different from seeking death. The douluo continent might not have the concept of exterminating 9 generations, but anyone associated with a fallen soul master, even if they didn't die, would lose a layer of skin. And he had no reason to align himself with a fallen soul master for a little bit of money. "Kuang Long, don't forget how much money you took from our Lion family over the years." The old man roared angrily. 48 escaping the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. "Marquis, I took quite a bit of your money, but that was the compensation I deserved. You don't think I, a spirit saint, follow you around every day because of your charming personality, do you?" Kwang Long stated matter-of-factly. After speaking, he glanced at Uchiha Tamaki, then declared righteously, "What's more, I never said I would oppose Spirit Hall for someone like you who consorts with fallen soul masters." Uchiha Tamaki didn't care how much of Kwang Long's words were true or false, at least he knew Kwang Long wouldn't dare attack him. Of course, his disgust for fallen soul masters might also be genuine. After all, Spirit Hall's propaganda against fallen soul masters had been quite successful. Uchiha Tamaki strolled to the main seat, directly yanked Marquis Lion out of the chair, tossed him onto the floor, and then sat down himself. "Where is your son hiding?" Marquis Lion roared. "I am a noble of the Star-Luo Empire, you have no right to deal with me." Uchiha Tamaki raised his foot and stepped on Marquis Lion's face, grinding it with the sole of his shoe. "Wrong. Anyone related to fallen soul masters can be dealt with by us at Spirit Hall. Not just you, I have the right to deal with the entire Lion family as well," Uchiha Tamaki said dismissively. "Now, tell me, do you want that damn son of yours, or the entire Lion family?" "This is slander. Slander." Seeing Marquis Lion being so stubborn, Uchiha Tamaki looked up at Kwang Long. "Bring all his grandsons and granddaughters and the like here." Kwang Long had no choice. He actually didn't want to betray his employer. But at this point, he had already made his choice. If he hesitated on this matter any longer, he might be accused by Uchiha Tamaki of colluding with fallen soul masters. When all his grandchildren were dragged into the front hall, Marquis Lion finally became afraid. "I send supplies to them at the South Mountain Pass on the 1st of every month. As for where they are hiding, I don't know." Although the intelligence suggested there were 2 Spirit King level fallen soul masters, Uchiha Tamaki heard from Marquis Lion that there seemed to be more than just 2 people. He had used a genjutsu on Marquis Lion just now, so now he had to be vigilant, and it wouldn't be effective again for a short time. Genjutsu was, after all, a move that relied on surprise. Once vigilance was raised, its effect would be greatly diminished. Furthermore, Uchiha Tamaki's eyes were plain, so his genjutsu could only bully children. If the other party's eyes were complex, Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't bother playing games of interrogation with him. "Daimler, surround the entire Marquise's manor. Don't let a single ant leave. Anyone who dares to step outside the residence will be killed without mercy," Uchiha Tamaki commanded. "Ah, yes, Daimler quickly replied. Star-Luo City, Zhu family residence. A guard knelt on one knee before Zhu Zuyun. "Eldest miss, second miss has run off again. Which path did she choose this time?" Zhu Zuyun asked. "The Star-Luo mountain range. It's not peaceful over there. Send people to follow her," Zhu Zuyun said. "This little girl, can't she just plan a proper route?" Both Zhu Zuyun and her younger sister, Zhu Zuqing, had awakened the family's spirit, the Hell Civet. Due to the resonance between the Hell Civet and the Evil Eye's White Tiger spirit of the Imperial Dai family, which created a spirit fusion skill, the Empress of every generation was inevitably a woman from the main family. In this generation, both Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing were betrothed to 2 princes, namely the first Prince Dai Wisi and the second Prince Dai Mubai. The heirs of the Imperial Dai family fought bloody battles every generation to qualify for the supreme throne. As fiancés of the princes, they were passively drawn into this struggle for the throne. Dai Wisi and Zhu Zuyun were 6 years older than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, which meant their struggle involved a difference of an entire major realm. This caused Dai Wisi to hold an almost absolute advantage, having gathered the support of a large number of nobles and officials under him. Dai Mubai, seeing no hope of victory, had fled the Star-Luo Empire several years ago. Zhu Zuyun was unwilling to harm her younger sister, so she had always been looking for an opportunity to let Zhu Zuqing go. It was just that her sister was truly not a clever person, or perhaps she was too young, so even though Zhu Zuyun actively went easy on her, Zhu Zuqing still failed her escape attempts every time. Zhu Zuyun had lost count of how many times her sister had tried to run away. Meanwhile, 9-year-old Zhu Zuqing was traversing the forest. This was not her first escape. In fact, ever since she was 6, she had been trying to flee Star-Luo City and the Zhu family. She did not know that all her escape plans, including this one, were under her elder sister's observation. After resting under a tree for a quarter of an hour, she took out some food and water from her spirit tool storage. She glanced back at the path she came from, and Zhu Zuqing muttered, this time I won't be caught again. Zhu Zuqing was so confident because she had just obtained her second spirit ring. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing heard footsteps not far away. Zhu Zuqing immediately suppressed her aura and hid in the grass. Next, Zhu Zuqing saw several spirit masters leading a group of ordinary people up the mountain. When Zhu Zuqing saw these spirit masters, she inexplicably felt a chilling sensation. Fallen soul masters. Zhu Zuqing's pupils contracted slightly. Thanks to Spirit Hall's propaganda, Zhu Zuqing could recognize the fallen soul masters so quickly. Of course, it was also because of the attire of these spirit masters. Ordinary people's clothing wouldn't look so eerie. And these ordinary people were clearly being coerced and rounded up by them. It was fortunate that the ranks of these fallen soul masters were not high, and the concealment ability of the Hell Civet was quite outstanding, so Zhu Zuqing was not discovered. Suddenly, a green energy appeared above Zhu Zuqing's head. Zhu Zuqing felt a sinister aura above her. When she looked up, she was instantly terrified out of her wits. It was a skull burning with green flames. Just then, one of the fallen soul masters suddenly shouted, someone's there. Seeing this, Zhu Zuqing immediately knew she had been exposed. Spirit possession. A pair of cat ears appeared on Zhu Zuqing's head, and sharp claws emerged on her hands. First spirit ability. Hell Rush Stab. Zhu Zuqing used the spirit ability not for attack, but for escape. Her first spirit ability could double her speed. But the skull burning with green flames hit her back at an even faster speed. Zhu Zuqing was sent flying backward, spitting blood. Tisk tisk. What a pretty little girl. Such a good figure at such a young age. The fallen soul master with the skull spirit approached Zhu Zuqing and used a sharp fingertip to lift her chin. Another fallen soul master walked up to his companion and licked his lips. Before she becomes blood food, we can still have some fun. Zhu Zuqing was now too weak to fight. A sharp pain came from her back, and her heart filled with extreme despair. 049 Hey, little beauty, what a coincidence. I'm new here. Hey there, little beauty, what a coincidence. I'm new here. At the southern entrance of the Starluo mountain range, Lion Fei watched the few people approaching in the distance. These people were all servants of Marquis Lion's family, pushing a prisoner cart. Inside the cart was a boy. Lion Fei actively walked toward those people. Upon getting closer, he frowned slightly. Why is there only one? Second young master, the Spirit Hall has been investigating strictly recently, and the master is also having a bit of a hard time, so we only found this one of the supervisors said. However, young master, this kid has innate full spirit power, he is definitely good material. Lion Fei showed a look of surprise. Oh, innate full spirit power. Lion Fei looked at the youth inside the cage, then suddenly grinned, heh heh. He is indeed a fine piece of material. Nowadays, even innate full spirit power can become blood food. He was very satisfied with the blood food his father provided this time. He only started cultivating the evil secret technique because his talent had earned him ridicule from his peers in the clan. But now that he had achieved success in his cultivation, even innate full spirit power could only become his blood food. What about the other supplies? Lion Fei asked. Young master, they are here. The supervisor handed Lion Fei a storage spirit tool. Lion Fei took the storage spirit tool and then opened the cage. Come out. Don't force me to act. The youth obediently came out and jumped off the horse carriage. Follow. The youth suddenly turned and ran. Lion Fei did not pursue. Instead, he raised both arms. A black bow appeared in his left hand. The bow body seemed to be made of a single bone dyed black, emitting a chilling aura. His right hand condensed a black arrow, aiming for the youth's back. First spirit ability, Vicious Wound. PFF'd. The arrow shot into the youth's back from behind and pierced through his chest. The youth fell to the ground with a thud. Lion Fei walked forward leisurely, lifted the youth's body, and headed into the mountain forest. Zhu Zuqing was taken to a stockade deep in the mountains. The stockade hung a flag with a dripping skull. On the edge of the stockade square, a large number of square cages were set up, most of which were empty. Zhu Zuqing and the ordinary people brought to the stockade that day were all locked inside the cages. Zhu Zuqing huddled in the cage. The pain of the deep mountains was far less than the fear in her heart. Would she die? Would she die here? She never expected that after meticulously planning to escape Star Luo City and escape the Zhu family, it was all to seek a chance to live. Yet, before she could even leave the Star Luo Empire, she encountered a fallen soul master. Just then, the cage door opened. Zhu Zuqing thought she was going to die, but the fallen soul master who opened the door didn't pull her out. Instead, he threw an injured youth inside. After that evil soul master left, the youth who should have been severely injured lifted his head. He glanced at Lion Fei, who had already left, sat up, and then pulled the arrow out of his chest. Hey, little beauty, what a coincidence. I'm new here. Zhu Zuqing huddled in the corner, watching Uchiha Tamaki vigilantly. Introduce this place to me, Uchiha Tamaki said. How many fallen soul masters are here? I arrived an hour before you, Zhu Zuqing replied coldly, her gaze falling on Uchiha Tamaki's chest. Doesn't it hurt you? This was a clone of Uchiha Tamaki, so of course, it didn't hurt. Uchiha Tamaki didn't know the specific intelligence here, so how could he easily let his main body enter? But I just saw a famous expert from the Star Luo Empire. I just didn't expect he would actually be a fallen soul master. Who was it? What rank? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Rank 88 Spirit Douluo, the former principal of Star Luo Academy. He resigned 3 years ago for unknown reasons. Uchiha Tamaki narrowed his eyes. The principal of Star Luo Academy. A person who could hold such a position was unlikely to have achieved their strength by relying on evil secret techniques. The spirit power of an evil soul master is too easy to distinguish. Levels achieved by devouring the flesh and blood or spirit power of others result in very mixed spirit power. The person who could be the principal of Star Luo Academy, someone who was considered high-ranking, or at least very important, in the Star Luo Empire. Since he could become the principal of Star Luo Academy, it meant his background must have been investigated very thoroughly. After all, Star Luo Academy was also an aristocratic academy. The nobility and even the royal family would not entrust their children to a fallen soul master for training. Therefore, before taking the position, this principal must have had everything, even the color of his underwear, investigated. And having already cultivated to the Spirit Douluo level, was there still a need to increase strength through evil secret techniques? Even if the principal had an unavoidable reason to increase his strength and switched to cultivating evil secret techniques, becoming a fallen soul master, it was unlikely he would use ordinary people for cultivation. After all, for a Spirit Douluo to cultivate using evil secret techniques, the number of people he had to kill wouldn't be satisfied by just a few villages. In the era 10,000 years later, evil soul masters at the Spirit Saint level, when they wanted to increase their strength, would slaughter an entire city at every turn. The Spirit Hall branch hall in the Star Luo Empire had not received any intelligence about large-scale civilian massacres. It led Uchiha Tamaki to suspect that the principal was not a fallen soul master, but rather that he was cultivating fallen soul masters. As for why he did this, Uchiha Tamaki guessed that someone was directing this principal. And in the entire Star Luo Empire, the only entity capable of directing a Spirit Douluo to do such a thing could only be the royal family. Just then, a few people entered from outside the stockade. The person in the lead wore magnificent clothes and had a goatee, with deep eyes. And his body did not carry that kind of mixed aura. Zhu Zuqing flinched upon seeing the newcomer. He is the former principal of Star Luo Academy, Qian Yuan. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Qian Yuan. This person's aura was profound, no weaker than an ordinary titled douluo. He had probably already reached level 90. Suddenly, this person looked towards Uchiha Tamaki. He had sensed Uchiha Tamaki's gaze. Uchiha Tamaki was slightly surprised but quickly understood. Qian Yuan was a spirit-type titled douluo. Qian Yuan walked towards Uchiha Tamaki and stopped in front of the cage. Who are you? Just as Uchiha Tamaki could sense Qian Yuan's mental force, Qian Yuan had also discovered Uchiha Tamaki's mental force. Although separated by the cage, Qian Yuan's mental force enveloped Uchiha Tamaki. These little minnows here couldn't possibly capture someone like you. So, this place has been exposed. Qian Yuan spoke to himself. Are you from the Spirit Hall? Then, will you surrender now, or are you prepared to fight to the death? At your age, to possess such mental force, you must be a top genius in the Spirit Hall. If I can kill you, even the spirit hall should feel the pain. In the next instant, Qian Yuan's mental force surged toward Uchiha Tamaki like a tidal wave. The cage separating them instantly shattered. Qian Yuan's mental force was almost substantial, possessing actual physical destructive power. 50. This is an assassination attempt. The moment the cage shattered, Zhu Zuqing thought she was doomed. Suddenly, she discovered an invisible energy wrapped around her body. It wasn't spirit power, it seemed to be pure mental force. Just then, a hand reached out from the flying debris and grabbed Qian Yuan's face, pressing him to the ground with immense strength. Qian Yuan was shocked and furious. His 8 spirit rings flashed, activating his 6th spirit ability, Nightmare. 4 strange figures shrouded in dark mist appeared around Qian Yuan. However, this was not some evil spirit ability, but a spirit ability materialized from highly condensed mental force. Nightmare could not be touched by any physical attack. Any enemy touched by the nightmare, whether spirit master or spirit beast, would fall into a nightmare. But the next moment, a terrifying mental force swept out from around Uchiha Tamaki, crushing the nightmares like a meat grinder. Taiwan Novel Network has many books, super convenient. There was no technique involved, just pure numerical superiority. Uchiha Tamaki's palm still firmly controlled Qian Yuan's face. Qian Yuan found that his strength was actually unable to break free from Uchiha Tamaki's control. Uchiha Tamaki raised his head and looked at the fallen soul masters surrounding him. Do you all want to join the dance? Uchiha Tamaki noticed that although Qian Yuan's spirit power level had reached level 90, he lacked the 9th spirit ring. Moreover, he was a pure mental type spirit master, and his physique barely reached the level of a spirit saint. This resulted in Qian Yuan's spirit abilities being almost ineffective against him, and his physique couldn't match Uchiha Tamaki's. This was why Uchiha Tamaki controlled him almost effortlessly. 8th spirit ability, Mind Curse Binding. Qian Yuan activated his 8th spirit ability, and a strand of powerful mental force spread out from his body. Uchiha Tamaki felt nothing from this mental force, it was annihilated the moment it invaded his brain. However, the surrounding fallen soul masters instantly lost their minds. Everyone attacked together, he's just a kid. Everyone ignored the fact that Uchiha Tamaki was controlling Qian Yuan with one hand. This was Qian Yuan's spirit ability. Anyone with lower mental force than him would have their minds affected by his 8th spirit ability. 4 spirit rings appeared beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet, and he simultaneously activated his eternal Mangekyo. Zhu Zuqing was dumbfounded at this moment. This young man, who was about her age, actually possessed 4 spirit rings, and they were all 10,000-year spirit rings. The key question was, why could a 4-ring spirit master pin a spirit douluo to the ground? She felt like the world had gone insane, transforming into something she no longer recognized. Watching the surrounding fallen soul masters close in, wisps of black energy coiled around Uchiha Tamaki, transforming into a half-body Susanoo. Uchiha Tamaki's Susanoo was pure black, emitting dark mist all over, looking even more terrifying than the fallen soul masters. Even though it was only half-bodied, it was over 30 meters tall, and the length of its arms reached 50 meters. The half-body Susanoo stretched out both arms and violently swung them forward. Boom, boom, boom. With every punch, the ground ahead was blasted with a large pit several meters deep. After dozens of punches, the open space was left with nothing but uneven craters, and as for that group of fallen soul masters, they had all been reduced to pulp. Uchiha Tamaki lifted Qian Yuan. You are the weakest spirit douluo I have ever faced. Qian Yuan was so angered his heart ached. What did he mean, the weakest spirit douluo? Whether in the past or present, he was undoubtedly a genius, reaching quasi-titled douluo at 60. Throughout his life, he wouldn't claim to be undefeated, but he certainly had more wins than losses. His mental type spirit was extremely bizarre and hard to defend against. Even opponents of the same rank could easily fall victim to his spirit abilities if they weren't careful. Yet today, he was called the weakest spirit douluo by a 4-ring brat. In a moment of extreme rage, Qian Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Truth be told, his defeat against Uchiha Tamaki was truly a case of being perfectly countered. Uchiha Tamaki's mental force was already at the level of an extreme douluo. After both his eyes evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, Uchiha Tamaki's eyes began to grow towards divine level mental force. All of Qian Yuan's spirit abilities were mental attacks or controls. No matter how strong his mental force or spirit abilities were, they could never shake Uchiha Tamaki's mental force. And as a mental-type spirit master, his physical body was his weak point. Uchiha Tamaki's physique was bolstered by the surging vitality of wood release, and later he cultivated monstrous strength, stimulating the potential of wood release. Afterward, he successively fused the right leg bone of a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor and the body bone of a 100,000-year dark jade divine bamboo, further strengthening his physique. There was also the enhancement from sage arts. Even without activating sage mode, Uchiha Tamaki's physique was passively strengthened. Uchiha Tamaki's current physique might not even be comparable to that of a power-type spirit saint. Qian Yuan gritted his teeth, but he truly had given his all and could not shake Uchiha Tamaki's mental force at all. He couldn't understand why a four-ring spirit ancestor would possess stronger mental force than a quasi-titled douluo like himself. Kill me. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the resigned Qian Yuan. You are a spirit douluo after all, a definite high-ranking figure in the Star Luo Empire. You hold considerable value. I will never speak, even if I die. When you are defeated, even death is no longer something you can decide for yourself. Just then, movement was heard from the foot of the mountain. Daimler was leading people up, including Uchiha Tamaki's main body. After more than 10 minutes, Daimler brought the people from the branch hall into the stronghold. Daimler, I'm leaving this place to you now. Yes, Lord. Daimler then looked at Qian Yuan. How should we deal with this person? He is a quasi-titled douluo. Can you handle him? Daimler's eyes widened as he looked at Qian Yuan, whose face was being held by Uchiha Tamaki. His face was filled with horror. A quasi-titled douluo, held in Uchiha Tamaki's hand just like that. Qian Yuan must know many secrets of the Star Luo Empire, so he couldn't die yet. Uchiha Tamaki planned to personally escort Qian Yuan back to Spirit City. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread from a distance. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze sharpened. A titled douluo. The Star Luo Empire actually had a titled douluo. And judging by how unreasonably this aura was sweeping over, its purpose was intriguing. Uchiha Tamaki reactivated his eternal Mangekyo, staring directly into Qian Yuan's eyes. Transfer seal. The powerful mental force directly crashed into Qian Yuan's brain. Qian Yuan's brain suddenly received a massive surge of mental force, and he immediately fell unconscious, his body hanging limply in Uchiha Tamaki's hand. Uchiha Tamaki dropped Qian Yuan and looked up to meet the titled douluo from the Star Luo Empire descending from the sky. The visitor's face was entirely wrinkled, his hair was white, his eyes were cloudy, and his posture was stooped. Judging by his age, he must be over 100. Yet, he exuded a domineering and profound aura. This old man probably didn't have long to live, but he was definitely at the super douluo level. This old man is Wei Long, titled Demonic Tiger. Spirit Hall business. Uchiha Tamaki snorted. Qian Yuan is a person of my Star Luo Empire, Wei Long said calmly. His cloudy eyes stared at Uchiha Tamaki, then glanced at the unconscious Qian Yuan beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. No high-level spirit masters appeared on the scene, but since a quasi-titled douluo like Qian Yuan fell here, it meant there must be at least one titled douluo expert secretly present. And now, due to his advanced age, his vital energy was almost depleted. Even if he still possessed the spirit power of a super douluo, his vital energy was constantly draining, meaning he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength at best. So, if he could avoid fighting, he preferred not to. He cultivated fallen soul masters, the evidence is conclusive, Uchiha Tamaki stated. Is your Star Luo Empire trying to shield fallen soul masters? HMPH. Since he is a fallen soul master, then naturally our Star Luo Empire will deal with him. Wei Long's spirit power suddenly burst forth, and a powerful aura pressed towards Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly. Just then, Wei Long instantly appeared in front of Qian Yuan and reached out to snatch him. Please convey this to His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Regarding the matter of Qian Yuan cultivating fallen soul masters, our Star Luo Empire will handle it justly, and we will personally present his head before His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff at that time. 51 Rolling the ball. Uchiha Tamaki showed a trace of triumphant malice on his face and formed hand seals. Sealing technique. Copy seal. Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. In that instant, Qian Yuan's eyes burst open like a sluice gate, and countless black chains erupted from his eyes. Wei Long was instantly entangled. What is going on? Wei Long was shocked and furious, immediately urging his spirit power, but the more spirit power he used, the tighter the restraint became. Uchiha Tamaki himself could not release adamantine sealing chains, not because he didn't know how, but because his spirit power was insufficient. Adamantine sealing chains is the signature sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. And to execute adamantine sealing chains, an extremely massive amount of chakra, spirit power, is required. What Uchiha Tamaki lacked most right now was spirit power. However, by using the copy seal, Uchiha Tamaki stored adamantine sealing chains in Qian Yuan's eyes, intending for Qian Yuan to act as the vessel for the technique, thus consuming Qian Yuan's spirit power. Everyone present had not expected the situation to take such a turn. First spirit ability. Phantom Evil Shadow. 10 shadow clones appeared around Uchiha Tamaki. Daimler and Zhu Zuqing looked astonished. Was that a spirit ability? Sage technique. Sage mode. When Uchiha Tamaki revealed Sage mode, everyone felt a pressure envelop them. Even Wei Long felt it. This sense of oppression made his scalp tingle. Immediately after, the 10 shadow clones and Uchiha Tamaki's main body simultaneously began rolling a ball. An energy sphere grew larger and larger in Uchiha Tamaki's palm. The 10 shadow clones were simultaneously empowering the Rasengan in Uchiha Tamaki's palm. Sage technique. Super Giant Ball Rasengan. This move was utterly meaningless in actual combat because no enemy would stand still and allow Uchiha Tamaki to slowly form the Sage technique, Super Giant Ball Rasengan. It was only possible now because Uchiha Tamaki first borrowed Qian Yuan to use adamantine sealing chains, and then took advantage of Wei Long's inattention to have his body controlled by the technique. This situation would probably only happen once in a lifetime. At this moment, everyone stared at the super giant ball Rasengan formed by Uchiha Tamaki and the 10 shadow clones, and everyone felt their scalps tingle. Even Wei Long sensed a fatal crisis. Finally, Uchiha Tamaki looked at Wei Long, and one shadow clone lifted Wei Long into the air. "Brat, you dare!" Wei Long roared. However, the shadow clone ignored Wei Long's futile rage, flying higher and higher, up to 1,000 meters in the sky. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly hurled the super giant ball Rasengan. At that moment, everyone involuntarily looked up at the sky. Immediately, a small sun bloomed high in the sky. This was followed by a massive explosion and a terrifying shockwave. Even though it bloomed 1,000 meters high, everyone felt their faces being torn by the aftershock. When the small sun vanished, a mutilated corpse fell down. Uchiha Tamaki pursed his lips, thinking that failing to blow apart a titled douluo whose vitality was already depleted meant the power still needed improvement. Daimler looked at Uchiha Tamaki with a trace of awe. This child had actually killed a titled douluo with only 4 spirit rings. No wonder he possessed an elder token at such a young age. Zhu Zuqing looked at Uchiha Tamaki with even more reverence. It wasn't romantic admiration, but the awe one feels facing a true genius. She was the same age as him, yet only had 2 spirit rings. And how old was Uchiha Tamaki? He already possessed 4 spirit rings. The key was that the quality of his 4 spirit rings was frighteningly high. "Can I join the spirit hall?" Uchiha Tamaki and Daimler both looked at Zhu Zuqing. "I am Zhu Zuqing, the second young lady of the Star Luo Zhu family. Do you know what joining the spirit hall implies? It means I can break free from my family and escape my predetermined fate." "All right then, come with me to the spirit hall," Uchiha Tamaki said. There was no need to rush back, unlike the journey there. Uchiha Tamaki was currently treating Qian Yuan's body like a human sofa, sitting inside the carriage. Zhu Zuqing also sat on the sofa. The driver was Daimler, who personally drove for Uchiha Tamaki to curry favor, using the pretext of escorting him. "Try it and see if you can understand it." Uchiha Tamaki tossed Zhu Zuqing a cultivation method for the Flying Thunder God technique. To cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique, one needed space affinity. However, this space affinity was latent, it couldn't be determined solely by the affinity of one's spirit. In fact, both time and space were latent affinities. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to judge whether a person possessed time or space affinity. Even Uchiha Tamaki, if he hadn't awakened his Mangekyo and only relied on his 3-tomo Sharingan, would not have been able to determine his own affinity. In contrast were attributes like water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and metal. There were also strength type and agility type, which were not affinities but characteristics. Of course, there were also a very small number of explicit time and space affinities. For example, the Bone Dragon, one of the 2 guardian douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, its Bone Dragon spirit possessed an explicit space affinity. If Zhu Zuqing could master the Flying Thunder God technique, her strength could also be further enhanced. During the rest of the journey, Zhu Zuqing continuously studied the Flying Thunder God technique. As they got closer and closer to Spirit City, Zhu Zuqing felt an increasing sense of urgency. Finally, after more than a month of travel, the outline of Spirit City could be seen. Just then, a figure clad in golden armor flew from the direction of Spirit City and landed in front of the carriage. Daimler immediately became tense upon seeing the newcomer. Being able to fly unaided undoubtedly meant he was a titled douluo. Uchiha Tamaki sensed a familiar aura and pulled back the curtain to look outside. Old Jew. Yu Guan glanced into the carriage before displaying a mischievous smile. Tee-hee, I didn't expect you to bring back a little girl on an outing, and she's even the second young lady of the Star Luo Zhu family. Although Yu Guan hadn't gone along, he still knew the details of Uchiha Tamaki's mission outside through Spirit Hall intelligence. Old Jew, how about having this little girl become Uncle Gui's disciple? You think highly of her. Yu Guan was slightly surprised. She's less than 9 years old, started with 7th level innate spirit power, and is now at level 22. Yu Guan showed a bit of surprise and a bit of admiration. Was 7th level innate spirit power high? For ordinary people, this was already an unattainable genius. But for Yu Guan, he had seen too many geniuses. The Spirit Hall Academy was filled with countless talents. Even someone with innate full spirit power would only be at level 18 or 19 at her age. So, Zhu Zuqing's level 22 meant that besides the 2 levels gained from absorbing 2 spirit rings, the other 10 levels were all proof of her diligent cultivation. As for comparing with Uchiha Tamaki, there was no need. In the past few hundred or even few thousand years, there was no record of such monstrous talent. That's fine, I'll speak with Old Gui about it later. Yu Guan agreed. However, even if Old Gui is willing to accept her as a disciple, it will most likely be you who teaches her. Uchiha Tamaki didn't mind having another dependent around. Since he already had Gui Wuyan, he didn't mind having one more Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing was the type who, if given enough resources, could return a miracle to you. By the way, old Jew, I need to go out for a few days soon. You still seem to have some time before reaching the 5th ring, don't you? Preparing for the 5th ring, Uchiha Tamaki said. Uchiha Tamaki needed to go and perform a major upgrade on the first 4 spirit rings for his Mangekyo Sharingan. Last time, he could only raise the spirit ring age to 10,000 years because his physical constitution wasn't strong enough. But this time his physique was sufficient, so he was confident he could raise the spirit ring age to 100,000 years. He would also go check on how Orochimaru and the others were doing. 052Y is my bounty only 10 million ryo. Uchiha Tamaki's Eye of Times, 10,000 years in a glance, and Eye of Void, cooldowns had both finished. However, ever since he obtained the 10,000 years in a glance skill for the Eye of Time, it shared a cooldown with the Eye of Void, which was effectively a nerf to the Eye of Void. He hoped that subsequent spirit rings could compensate for this flaw, or that he could find a way to reduce the cooldown time for 10,000 years in a glance. Uchiha Tamaki activated the Eye of Void again and returned to the Naruto world. The moment he returned to the Naruto world, Uchiha Tamaki used reverse summoning to enter the Shikatsu forest. Lord Huan, long time no see. Long time no see, Katsuyu. The natural energy permeating the Shikatsu forest made Uchiha Tamaki's body and mind feel joyful. His body was automatically absorbing the natural energy and converting it into Senjutsu chakra. He no longer needed to rely on the mucus secreted by the Katsuyu to absorb natural energy, his body absorbed it automatically. Katsuyu, why do I feel such a huge difference between the natural energy outside and the natural energy here? Although I can absorb natural energy outside, I constantly need to purge impurities, but the natural energy here is so pure. After Uchiha Tamaki used Sage Mode in the douluo world, it took several days for him to fully recover. But inside the Shikatsu forest, Uchiha Tamaki only needed half an hour to replenish. The Katsuyu seemed slightly surprised that Uchiha Tamaki would ask this question, and she still replied in a gentle tone. Do you know about the dragon veins? Uchiha Tamaki's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing his expression, the Katsuyu continued, it seems you do. Beneath each of the 3 great sacred lands, there is a dragon vein. The natural energy from the outside world sinks down, is filtered by the ground, then converges underground, forming the dragon vein. All 3 great sacred lands are built upon dragon veins, and each dragon vein possesses different characteristics. Dragon veins have characteristics too. Yes, take the dragon vein beneath the Shikatsu forest, it is the ultimate life force. Uchiha Tamaki recalled the dragon vein he knew about, the one buried beneath the ancient land of Roron. That dragon vein's characteristic was time-space energy. It seemed he needed to go investigate the ancient land of Roron. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki looked sharply at the Katsuyu. Katsuyu, did you completely absorb the dragon vein? Uchiha Tamaki suddenly felt he might have guessed the truth. In Uchiha Tamaki's eyes, determining which of the 3 great sacred lands was strongest was difficult. But if one were to speak of the deepest cultivation, it was definitely the Katsuyu. Her body, which was larger than a mountain, surpassed all known living creatures, perhaps even transcending the category of living creature. I did not absorb the dragon vein, because I am the incarnation of the dragon vein, the Katsuyu said. Ha, dragon vein incarnation. Uchiha Tamaki looked shocked. Then how did you become a Katsuyu? The Katsuyu was the first creature I encountered after gaining consciousness, so I manifested as a Katsuyu and took the name Katsuyu. If I keep absorbing natural energy, will I drain you dry? You. The Katsuyu suddenly laughed. My natural energy is increasing every moment. All the natural energy in the entire Shikatsu forest is emitted by myself. The natural energy you absorb might not even be 1/10,000th of the natural energy I release in a single second. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly felt embarrassed. Was he really that weak? The natural energy he absorbed wasn't even 1/10,000th of the passively released natural energy from the Katsuyu, let alone draining her dry. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki re-entered cultivation. His Mangekyo was activated, and the 4 black spirit rings beneath his feet emerged. Simultaneously, behind Uchiha Tamaki, a great tree full of vitality appeared, and a circle of red spirit rings emerged from the base of the tree. He then summoned 10 shadow clones to absorb the natural energy together, guiding the natural energy into the spirit rings. First, the first spirit ring's color grew deeper and deeper. Finally, at the moment of a certain critical point, the black spirit ring abruptly shattered, and immediately afterward, a red spirit ring reformed. Uchiha Tamaki stopped cultivating and looked down at the red spirit ring. This had never happened when the first spirit ring upgraded from 100 years to 1000 years, or from 1000 years to 10,000 years. A spirit ring of 100,000 years actually underwent recombination. In the settings of douluo 1 and douluo 2, the higher the spirit ring's age, the lower the spirit power consumption. Uchiha Tamaki felt his first spirit skill, the skill's consumption had dropped by 70%. However, Uchiha Tamaki's spirit ring, which upgraded from 100 years to 100,000 years, retained its single spirit skill and did not possess the dual spirit skills of a true 100,000-year spirit ring. Then came the second spirit ring, the third spirit ring, and the fourth spirit ring. All 4 spirit rings were upgraded to 100,000 years, and Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power also rose to level 50. The original cooldown times for 10,000 years in a glance, half a year and the Eye of Void 1 month were halved once more, now becoming 3 months and 15 days respectively. Uchiha Tamaki speculated whether he could reduce the cooldown time for both eyes to just 1 day if he upgraded all his spirit rings to 1 million years. Uchiha Tamaki began attempting to upgrade the age of the first spirit ring for his wood releases Ink Jade Divine Bamboo from 100,000 years. Compared to the 4 spirit rings of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which took only 1 day to all upgrade to 100,000 years, the wood releases 100,000-year spirit ring seemed to require more effort. Indeed, there was a fundamental difference between a 100,000-year spirit ring and those below 10,000 years. After the 100,000-year spirit ring, the quality of the spirit power was much higher than that of a 10,000-year spirit ring. It took 3 days of joint effort from his main body and the 10 clones to raise the spirit ring's age from 100,000 years to 200,000 years. However, the feeling of distension also made Uchiha Tamaki hesitant to continue increasing the spirit ring's age. This also meant that his current physical body had reached its limit. Twin spirits carried the risk of body explosion. Uchiha Tamaki sensed that to absorb more spirit rings or increase the age of his existing ones, he would need to undergo the gold rank second awakening. Katsuyu, I have something to attend to, so I must leave now. Very well, Lord Huan, I look forward to your next visit. Leaving the Shikatsu forest, Uchiha Tamaki felt somewhat lost. He didn't know whether he should go look for Orochimaru and the others. More than a year ago, he had instructed them to go to the Land of Waves to control the local mafia boss, the shipping magnate Gato. He wondered if they had succeeded. But which direction was the Land of Waves? Uchiha Tamaki found a nearby town and ordered a bowl of noodles at an open-air roadside restaurant. Just then, a man wearing a black robe with red clouds, his face covered by a mask, carrying a corpse, sat down at Uchiha Tamaki's table. Boss, give me a bowl of ramen. Uchiha Tamaki didn't mind the corpse, provided the body hadn't been dead for more than 3 days and started to smell. Uchiha Tamaki recognized the person who arrived, Kakuzu, the financial manager of the Akatsuki organization. He didn't like money, he was merely a transporter of wealth. In the future, 99% of Conan's 500 billion exploding tags would be contributed by Kakuzu. And Kakuzu, who possessed the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, was a ninja active since the Sengoku period. He was originally a ninja from the Takigakur, sent on a mission to assassinate Senju Hashirama. The outcome was predictable. After painstakingly defeating Senju Hashirama, he discovered it was merely a wood clone of Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu glanced at Uchiha Tamaki, who was at the same table, then pulled out a stack of wanted posters and began comparing them against Uchiha Tamaki. Finally, Kakuzu stopped at one wanted poster. Found him. Uchiha Tamaki, orphan of the Uchiha clan, A-rank rogue ninja, bounty issuer, Konoha, reward, 10 million ryo. An additional 20 million ryo if a pair of eyes is preserved. Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Uchiha Tamaki's face showed a hint of anger. A-rank. I'm only A-rank. 53 episode 053. Kakuzu, would you believe me if I said I mistook you for someone else? Kakuzu, do you believe me if I say I mistook you for someone else? Kakuzu reached out his hand, intending to grab Uchiha Tamaki's eyes. Uchiha Tamaki attacked Kakuzu without hesitation. He brought his hands together. Fire release, fire dragon jutsu. A dragon head formed from chakra appeared above Uchiha Tamaki's head. The next moment, the dragon head opened its mouth and spewed a blast of hot breath toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu immediately used the substitution jutsu. The hot breath only burned a section of a wooden stake. Uchiha Tamaki looked toward the grass ahead, and the next moment, a strong chakra fluctuation came from the grass. Fire release. Burning ash. A scorching heatwave surged toward Uchiha Tamaki. Kakuzu's chakra was extremely dense. His 5 hearts could supply him with 5 times more chakra than others. Moreover, the original owners of the hearts Kakuzu chose were all individuals with extremely dense chakra. Therefore, his amount of chakra far surpassed that of ordinary people. Uchiha Tamaki stood amidst the flames, looking at Kakuzu ahead, and Kakuzu was also looking at Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes revealed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and 4 blood-red spirit rings circled his body. Black chakra converged around Uchiha Tamaki's body. Susanoo. 3rd stage. A 50-meter black giant rose from the ground. This was the current ultimate level Uchiha Tamaki could reach. The first stage of Susanoo was condensing an arm using chakra and dojutsu power. The second stage was the half-body Susanoo. The current full-body Susanoo was the 3rd stage. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could release the 4th stage, the perfect Susanoo. However, Uchiha Tamaki's chakra was still significantly lacking. Even if he forcibly manifested it, it would be difficult to sustain. Uchiha Tamaki's Susanoo exuded a terrifying sense of pressure. Mangekyo. Damn it. Why is only the Mangekyo level Uchiha ranked A rank? This time it was Kakuzu's turn to lose his composure. Uchiha Tamaki's strength was far beyond his imagination. Strength like this only warranted an A- rank bounty. Look at the other bounty, the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, also an A- rank bounty. His reward money was 35 million ryo. Uchiha Tamaki raised the Susanoo's arms, condensing a pair of giant black blades in his palms. Then, he swung both arms abruptly, and two intersecting slashes swept out, cutting open the ground for dozens of meters around. Kakuzu's expression changed drastically. He continuously dodged left and right, avoiding the Susanoo's attacks. Every strike from the Susanoo was at least at the level of an A- rank ninjutsu. Finally, Kakuzu seized an opportunity when the Susanoo couldn't retract its move in time, suddenly leaping into the air and attacking Uchiha Tamaki, who was inside the Susanoo's head. Water release. Consecutive water bullet. Kakuzu quickly condensed several water cannons and shot them toward the Susanoo's head. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Tamaki watched Kakuzu's movements, which reminded him of Danzo in the original story, stabbing the Susanoo with a kunai. The power of these water cannons was indeed not insignificant, but this was only true for ordinary ninja. The Susanoo was called the power of God precisely because it possessed incredibly strong defense and attack power. In the original story, when Uchiha Madara faced the 5 Kage during the 4th Grade Ninja War, even the 5 Kage had to exert all their strength just to barely break Uchiha Madara's 3rd stage Susanoo. Uchiha Tamaki predicted that the ability of one eye of the Sharingan might be able to reduce the Susanoo's consumption. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how he could summon more than 10 3rd stage Susanoo. Uchiha Tamaki knew the consumption required to summon the Susanoo. The battle between the two had almost altered the surrounding terrain. Or rather, Uchiha Tamaki's attacks had changed the terrain. Most of the time, Kakuzu was running for his life. He already regretted rashly making a move against Uchiha Tamaki. The Uchiha Tamaki before him was too strong, even more troublesome than Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu had never fought Uchiha Itachi, but he knew Uchiha Itachi's fighting style focused primarily on genjutsu. Currently, there were only two mainstream methods in the ninja world to counter genjutsu. One was to use self-harm to relieve the genjutsu through pain, and the other was to disrupt one's own chakra flow after being caught in a genjutsu, thereby causing minor internal injuries to break free. Since Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, if he fell under a genjutsu, he could immediately use the chakra from another heart to disrupt his own chakra and escape the genjutsu. Coupled with his strong resistance to genjutsu, he was completely unafraid of Uchiha Itachi. However, the Uchiha Tamaki before him had an entirely different fighting style, destructive power taken to the extreme. Suddenly, another slash swept past, and Kakuzu's body was instantly cut open. But in the middle of the cut body, there were black threads connecting them. Simultaneously, the flesh and blood on Kakuzu's body began to peel away, revealing his true form, a black monster resembling something out of Cthulhu mythos, his entire body composed of densely packed threads, and 5 masks distributed across him. These 5 masks represented the 5 elements: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Jongu mode. This was Kakuzu's true form. He was also the only person in the entire ninja world capable of simultaneously releasing ninjutsu of all 5 elements. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5 elements great array could not compare to Kakuzu's Jongu mode. Kakuzu's body also emitted a terrifying chakra aura. If Uchiha Tamaki's chakra was a bucket of water, then Kakuzu's chakra was a pool of water. Compound ninjutsu. Lightning-fire combination. The mask, representing the fire and lightning elements, opened its mouth and spat out 2 ninjutsu. Boom boom. The Susanoo was hit by this compound ninjutsu and was forced to take 2 steps back. However, it was still difficult to break through its defense. Uchiha Tamaki felt that his chakra had already been consumed by half. Continuing the fight would be disadvantageous for him. Kakuzu was even more shocked when he saw that the dual-element attack failed to break the Susanoo's defense. This dual-element compound ninjutsu had already reached the limit of A-rank ninjutsu. Just how exaggerated was this Susanoo's defense? It was at this moment that Uchiha Tamaki controlled the Susanoo and reached out to grab Kakuzu. Kakuzu hastily pulled back, but Uchiha Tamaki had already locked onto him. Uchiha Tamaki had already predicted any route Kakuzu might take to escape. The moment Kakuzu dodged, the Susanoo's second hand swept over. Kakuzu immediately formed hand seals, Substitution Jutsu. The Susanoo's second attack missed once again. But the Susanoo's third attack was already aimed at the position where Kakuzu had appeared after using the substitution jutsu. The instant Kakuzu landed, the Susanoo's giant hand enveloped him and grabbed him. It's over. Kakuzu felt the power of the Susanoo. This was something he could not possibly contend with. Kakuzu retracted his Jongu form and returned to his human shape. His body was covered in various suture marks, and black threads wriggled out from the stitched areas. Do you believe me if I say I mistook you for someone else? Episode 54. Kakuzu, hire me with my money. Kakuzu, hiring me with my own money. Guess. Uchiha Tamaki grinned, his face full of mockery. He retracted the third stage Susanoo, but Uchiha Tamaki kept the first stage. A giant black arm still firmly gripped Kakuzu. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze suddenly shifted away from Kakuzu, looking towards the nearby bushes. Come out. Uchiha Tamaki immediately became vigilant. He remembered that the immortal duo had another member, Hidan, and wondered if Hidan was hiding in the shadows, planning a sneak attack. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was lost in thought, a dusty civilian crawled out. You destroyed my noodle stall. Ah, sorry. Uchiha Tamaki truly hadn't considered the extent of the destruction when he acted just now. Fortunately, no innocents were harmed. It was also this noodle stall owner's good luck that he wasn't affected by the battle between him and Kakuzu. Although he looked a bit disheveled, at least he wasn't injured. Uchiha Tamaki patted himself. No money. Uchiha Tamaki then turned his gaze to Kakuzu and immediately started rummaging through his body. He then pulled out a sealing scroll. Seal. Release. The sealing scroll erupted like a fountain, gushing out a large amount of banknotes and various ninja tools. Ah, that's my money, that's my money. Kakuzu screamed hysterically. That was all the money he had painstakingly saved up, and now it was being robbed by this bandit just like that. For a miser, what could be more despairing than watching the money he earned through hard work being stolen by a robber? Uchiha Tamaki picked up a few banknotes and handed them to the noodle stall owner, then waved his hand, sweeping all the items into his spirit tool storage device. In terms of storage, sealing scrolls were indeed not as convenient as spirit tool storage devices, whether in terms of storage capacity or user experience. Kakuzu then slumped down as if his heart had died, hanging his head, his eyes full of gloom. Hey, don't look like that. At least I don't plan to kill you. Don't you think you came out ahead? Kakuzu looked up at Uchiha Tamaki. I don't feel that way at all. Right, I have a big deal to do. Want to be my assistant? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Do you think I would believe you? My people are robbing a super rich tycoon, and this super rich tycoon controls the maritime transport of an entire country, Uchiha Tamaki explained. However, none of my subordinates have any business acumen. As he spoke, Uchiha Tamaki looked at Kakuzu. How much bounty do you get from hunting down rogue ninjas and wanted criminals? Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Kakuzu immediately felt a surge of excitement. Relying on pursuing and killing rogue ninjas and wanted criminals, he had only accumulated a little over 1 billion ryo over several decades. After all, high bounties weren't something encountered every day. Think about it. If I can replace that super rich tycoon, control the maritime transport of a country, and even make the entire country earn money for me, what an immense fortune that would be. So I'm inviting you now to manage those industries for me, or even manage a country. Kakuzu was very tempted, but when he thought of the Akatsuki organization, he hesitated. I have my own organization. You mean the Akatsuki organization, right? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Kakuzu meaningfully. You know about the Akatsuki organization. To tell you the truth, I'm an honorary member of the Akatsuki organization. I never acknowledged any honorary member. Just then, Konan's voice came from behind Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Konan floating in the air behind him. Yo, Sister Konan, haven't seen you in 2 years, you still look as beautiful as ever. Most women would be overjoyed by such praise. However, Konan was clearly not among them. She still looked at Uchiha Tamaki with an expressionless face. I need an explanation. Konan clearly didn't know the sequence of events. Seeing Uchiha Tamaki attack Kakuzu, she assumed Uchiha Tamaki had provoked the fight. You should be the one explaining, Uchiha Tamaki said. I was peacefully eating at a roadside stall, and then this bounty hunter gentleman of yours attacked me without provocation. Conan frowned slightly and turned to look at Kakuzu. Is that how it was? Members of the Akatsuki organization could communicate or call for aid through their rings. Conan had rushed over after receiving a distress call from Kakuzu. Upon arriving at the scene, she found Kakuzu already defeated and had no understanding of what had transpired. Kakuzu lowered his head awkwardly. Conan adjusted her composure and said, "Since you admit to being an honorary member of the Akatsuki organization, then you shouldn't bicker over such trivial matters." "Of course, we've become acquainted through this fight," Uchiha Tamaki said. "Sister Conan, since you acknowledge me as an honorary member of the Akatsuki organization, you shouldn't mind cooperating with my anti-Konoha village, right?" "Cooperate on what? Lend Kakuzu to me. Do you know what you are saying?" Conan's gaze turned cold, with a hint of displeasure on her face. "The establishment, construction, development, and even the operation and maintenance of an organization all require money, and your Akatsuki organization must be short on funds, right?" Conan was momentarily speechless at Uchiha Tamaki's question. Of course they were short on money, extremely short. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have been sent out to earn extra cash. "Your Akatsuki organization also accepts mercenary missions, right?" Their Akatsuki organization was currently operating as a mercenary group, even intervening in wars between nations, all for the sake of making money. Conan nodded. Uchiha Tamaki continued. "Calling it lending is actually something you can understand as another form of hiring. However, for the sake of long-term cooperation and to ensure the hiring isn't interrupted midway due to various reasons, a time limit must be added to this hiring process. That's what I mean by lending." "Then how long do you plan to hire Kakuzu for, and how much will you pay?" "At least 20 years of hiring, with annual payment, 100 million ryo per year." "Agreed, but I require you to pay the first year's commission up front." "No problem." Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand, and several banknotes appeared in his hand. Kakuzu's eyes turned red when he saw the banknotes. This was outrageous, truly outrageous. How could such a person exist in this world? "That was mine. All of it was mine, and you're using my money to hire me." After handing the banknotes to Conan, Uchiha Tamaki didn't forget to turn around and flash what he thought was a friendly smile at Kakuzu. But in Kakuzu's eyes, it was pure mockery. Uchiha Tamaki actually intended to leave a good impression on Kakuzu. His internal thought was, "See how magnanimous I am. You struck me first, and now I still value you so highly, shouldn't you pledge your loyalty to me?" Conan glanced at Kakuzu and directly turned, flying up into the air. Uchiha Tamaki looked up at Conan's retreating figure. "Kakuzu, you are the most important cornerstone of my career." Uchiha Tamaki was waiting for Kakuzu to express his loyalty, but Kakuzu stood silently in place, looking as if he had lost his spirit. Seeing this, Uchiha Tamaki lifted his foot. "Are you deaf when I'm talking to you?" 55 Orochimaru messed up. On the way to the land of waves, Kakuzu couldn't muster any enthusiasm. "Little Kakuzu, how much do you know about the land of waves?" "My name is Kakuzu, not Little Kakuzu. It's a small country connected to the land of fire, only 1/20th the size of the land of fire, entirely separated by dozens of small islands. Its people are extremely impoverished." None of this was secret. Because Kakuzu constantly traveled between the underground exchange bureaus of various countries, he had a certain understanding of the land of waves. Then why is the land of waves so impoverished? The land of waves is extremely reliant on sea transport, but that transport is controlled by a fellow named Gato. Every time goods enter or leave, Gato demands a toll. PFF. Uchiha Tamaki couldn't help but laugh. Is there something wrong with what I said? How can a sovereign nation be controlled by a single gangster controlling its lifeline? If that Gato had that capability, he could just become the daimyo of the land of waves himself. Then why do you think that is? Gato is the daimyo's mouthpiece. Then what does the daimyo gain? A country is essentially a stage for the fame and fortune of various powerful figures. The noble class divides the domestic benefits, and the daimyo naturally wants the largest slice of the pie. However, the profits from sea transport are too great, so the daimyo is unwilling to share the profits with other nobles. This is when he needs to put forward a person. On the surface, Gato controls the sea transport, but in reality, it's the daimyo. So, are you planning to rob Gato? No, I plan to rob the daimyo, Uchiha Tamaki stated. This world is very unfriendly to ordinary people because some individuals truly have the ability to overturn the table. All rules mean nothing in the face of violence, or rather, violence comes first, and then rules follow. Take me, for example. Since I don't need to play the power game within their rules, I will use the most direct method. Whether I want money or to seize control of the land of waves, they will be helpless. In the original story, many members of the Akatsuki organization possess the ability to destroy a small country, for example, Deidara, or Sasori of the Red Sand. If we truly compare destructive power, the current Uchiha Tamaki might not necessarily surpass those two. Deidara is pure destructive power, while Sasori of the Red Sand commands infinite mechanical puppets. Uchiha Tamaki's endurance cannot compare to Sasori of the Red Sand, and his destructive capability cannot compare to Deidara's. However, Uchiha Tamaki can conduct decapitation strikes. He cannot kill all the soldiers of a country, but he can eliminate all the high-ranking nobles. Actually, the current ninja world has a very awkward power structure. A group of ordinary people with no strength occupy the vast majority of wealth and power, while the ninjas who possess great strength are dogs they can summon and dismiss at will. It's just that most countries currently recognize this power structure, and every daimyo strives to maintain it. If a ninja village were to resist its country at this time, the daimyos of other countries would order an attack on that village. So, no one dares to resist this model. Whoever opposes it becomes the public enemy. If such a disparity in strength were placed in the cultivation world, one would either become the emperor or the retired supreme ruler. No one would play the dual ruler game with you. It's like the old saying, it's not power that grants authority, but authority that grants power. Then what do you plan to do? Kill people and seize territory. Is that hard to understand? You are no different from Gato. No, there is still a difference, Uchiha Tamaki said. I want more money. Then the poorer the country, the more you take, the poorer they become. Do you know how to extract more wealth from commoners? How? By raising taxes. No, quite the opposite. Taxes should be lowered. Kakuzu couldn't understand because this was highly counterintuitive. But that was the reality. It was just like on Earth. Before Kennedy in the US, corporate income tax ranged from 30% to 90%. Kennedy lowered the corporate income tax to 20% to 70%, and tax revenue increased several times over. When you work hard, and the majority of the money you earn belongs to others, you lose the motivation to work. But if the reward for a job largely belongs to you personally, your enthusiasm will inevitably increase many times over. If the wealth of a commoner in the land of waves is 1, and the population is 100, then even if the state increases the tax rate to 100%, the tax revenue obtained is only 100. However, if the wealth of the commoners in the land of waves is 100, even if only a 10% tax rate is collected, the tax revenue obtained will be 1,000. The government of every sovereign nation on earth does the same thing, increase the income of its citizens. The standard for a country's prosperity and strength is not how much tax it can collect, but its GDP, which is the gross domestic product. In his exchanges with Uchiha Tamaki, Kakuzu found himself speaking more and more. You don't seem like an 8 or 9-year-old brat. Kakuzu realized that in terms of cognition, he, who had lived for over 90 years, was actually inferior to this brat who was not yet 10 years old, Uchiha Tamaki. The two had just arrived at the border of the land of waves and boarded a ferry heading there. When the ferry was halfway across, over a dozen wandering samurai on board stood up. The leader was a dual sword wielder whose gaze was deep and who carried a sharp aura. We are the security team for the Gato Corporation. Everyone must now pay a toll of 1,200. Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu's mouths twitched. Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Tamaki, awaiting his decision. Did you have this step when you came before? Uchiha Tamaki asked. No, Kakuzu shook his head. Uchiha Tamaki wondered if this was a new business added after Orochimaru and the others took over the Gato Corporation. At that moment, a samurai approached the two of them. Hey, it's your turn. Who is your leader? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Of course, it is our Lord Gato, the samurai replied as a matter of course. Do you know Orochimaru? Uchiha Tamaki asked. The samurai's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and the other samurai all looked towards Uchiha Tamaki. The dual sword wielder's gaze turned icy as he looked at Uchiha Tamaki, drawing his two swords and pointing them at Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu. "Are you accomplices of Orochimaru's group?" Uchiha Tamaki murmured. It seems Orochimaru's progress wasn't very smooth. But that was impossible. Orochimaru, Deidara, Zabuza, Haku, Kimimaro, Geno, such a team was considered a minor powerhouse in the ninja world. Their combat strength should have been invincible in the small land of waves. What was Gato? Just some insignificant trash that could stop Orochimaru and his group. Uchiha Tamaki's 4 red spirit rings lit up beneath his feet, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Most people on the ship were instantly controlled. However, the dual sword wielder's eyes only glazed over for an instant before he immediately snapped out of the daze. Dual sword style. Full moon. The dual sword wielder immediately launched a slash attack at Uchiha Tamaki. 56 otherwise. Use love to convert them. The ferry they were riding was not large, with a hull length of only 20 meters. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name. For Taiwanese novels, look for Taiwanese novel websites, super powerful close black lens bracket. With the combat power of this dual blade samurai, a single slash could cleave the ferry in two. Uchiha Tamaki immediately activated the second stage, the half-body Susanoo. Blocking the dual blade samurai's slash, if the slash landed on the boat, they'd have to swim back. The half-body Susanoo blocked the slash with one hand and grabbed the dual blade samurai with the other. The battle was decided in an instant. This dual-blade samurai's strength barely reached the level of a special jonin. Special jonin are a rather awkward rank in all major ninja villages. So-called special jonin are those who reach jonin level in certain aspects, but whose overall strength is insufficient. For example, Might Guy is the most typical special jonin. However, there are differences even among special jonin. Other people's special jonin can't handle high-level battles at all. Might Guy nearly kicked his way to the series finale. Uchiha Tamaki confiscated the dual-blade samurai's 2 deadly weapons. "Where is Orochimaru now?" Uchiha Tamaki asked. Just then, Kakuzu said, "I heard that over a year ago, over 100 Konoha ninja entered the land of waves." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tamaki's face immediately darkened. So Konoha had intervened. "I haven't even gone looking for trouble with Konoha yet, and Konoha is already causing trouble for me. Where are they now?" Uchiha Tamaki asked. "I don't know." Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu both looked at the dual-blade samurai. The dual-blade samurai sneered, "Your accomplices have already been captured by Konoha ninja, perhaps they've been executed by now." Sigh. "That's truly regrettable." Uchiha Tamaki looked at the boatman, "Change course, to the daimyo castle town of the Land of Waves." The Land of Waves is an island nation, composed of dozens of islands of varying sizes. The daimyo castle town of the Land of Waves is called Wave Island, a large island with a population of 200,000, several times the size of Konoha village. After several days of sea travel, Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu now stood before the capital city. Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Tamaki. "Shouldn't we go and take control of the daimyo of the Land of Waves now? We're here to seize this country, not control it, but occupy it," Uchiha Tamaki said. "So we must display our power. How do we do that?" Uchiha Tamaki clasped his hands together, 4 red spirit rings appearing at his feet, while simultaneously activating the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Third stage, Susanoo. The next moment, a 100-meter tall black giant rose from the ground. Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu stood on the shoulder of the Susanoo. Kakuzu had never seen a capital city from this perspective before. In this era, the tallest buildings in a capital city were only 3 or 4 stories high, at most 20 meters. The walls of the daimyo castle town were like paper before the third stage Susanoo. On this day, all the residents of the daimyo castle town felt the fear of being dominated by a giant. The black giant lifted its foot and strode toward the daimyo castle town. With just a casual step, the city walls crumbled. The black giant strolled leisurely into the daimyo castle town, each step shattering the earth, each step shaking the ground. No one could stop the black giant's advance. Everything before it was swept aside as it headed straight for the daimyo's mansion. Of course, the so-called daimyo's mansion was merely a slightly larger compound. The tallest building was a castle in the style of Nagoya Castle. But this castle was just a single kick away for the black giant. Boom! In an instant, the entire castle and the daimyo's mansion were shattered. Uchiha Tamaki retracted the Susanoo and stood in the center of the mansion's ruins. Kakuzu glanced at Uchiha Tamaki. Such wanton slaughter isn't conducive to rule. Otherwise, use love to convert them. Uchiha Tamaki said dismissively. To destroy a regime, violence is always the most convenient and quickest method, especially when I possess absolute power. At that moment, the private soldiers of the various nobles of the Land of Waves hurried over, surrounding Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu. Audacious madman, who are you? Do you know what you're doing? A general clad in samurai armor shouted loudly. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the general. He had no chakra, wasn't strong, just an ordinary person. However, he was accompanied by dozens of samurai and rogue ninja, along with 2,000 to 3,000 private soldiers. There were many such nobles around, each bringing dozens or hundreds of private soldiers. I intend to seize this country. Now, you can kneel and pledge your loyalty to the new ruler of this nation. Arrogant, the Land of Waves belongs to Daimyo Kome. You, an outsider, dare to. The general wanted to continue, using righteous indignation to condemn Uchiha Tamaki's treason. Black energy surged around Uchiha Tamaki's body, first stage Susanoo. A giant black hand materialized and then slammed down toward the general. Ah, wait. The general was terrified out of his wits, but the giant black palm had already completely enveloped him. Thump. The general, along with his close associates and over 100 private soldiers, were crushed under that palm. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the nobles who had gathered around. Who agrees? Who opposes? Uchiha Tamaki didn't believe these nobles, who only knew how to line their own pockets, would truly sacrifice their lives for a country they had ravaged. The nobles were all frightened by Uchiha Tamaki's brutal methods. Sir, we can pay you a great deal, but to become the daimyo. Thump. Before the noble could finish, another slap silenced the world. I don't need lectures. I don't need you to teach me the rules. Here, my rules are the rules. If you want to voice an opinion, kneel first, or die. After Uchiha Tamaki spoke, the nobles looked at each other, none taking action. 10, 9. The black chakra around Uchiha Tamaki grew denser, while the half-body Susanoo began to materialize. 3, 2, 1. Clatter. The nobles at the front knelt on the ground one after another. We pay homage to the daimyo. We pay homage to the daimyo. Now, all nobles who are not present, and the families of those 2 nobles I killed, eliminate them all. Send all their clan members to mine. You may keep half of all the wealth you seize, Uchiha Tamaki said. Additionally, the Land of Waves will establish a ninja village. Besides being the daimyo, I will also be the village head. The village's name, Konoha Village. All the nobles' hearts skipped a beat. Having them slaughter the absent nobles meant once they acted, there would be no turning back. But if they didn't act, others would. They were centuries-old families. They knew very well how vast the wealth of other families was. If others succeeded, that wealth would go to other families. Kakuzu, you will oversee the confiscated wealth from those families. If anyone needs your help, you can directly take 10%. Those absent nobles certainly wouldn't wait idly, so Kakuzu would have plenty of opportunities to intervene. 057 The tiger kidnapped the fox and demanded ransom from the chicken. Tiger kidnaps fox, demands ransom from chicken. A bloody slaughter unfolded in the daimyo castle town. It lasted for 10 full days, massacring hundreds of nobles, large and small. Those once lofty families were now all demoted to mine slaves. The entire political structure of the Land of Waves had undergone a massive change. And this bloody massacre was extremely effective. Now, no one opposed Uchiha Tamaki. As for giving the purged families a chance to be reinstated, that was completely unnecessary. Rather than guarding against their repeated betrayals, it was better to cut them down with one stroke. The nobles who knelt down all obtained immense wealth. Kakuzu stood beside Uchiha Tamaki. He had never imagined that making money could be this easy. In just 10 days, he had acquired wealth amounting to tens of billions of ryo. And Uchiha Tamaki must have obtained even more. From now on, the Land of Waves will be reorganized into 6 ministries. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Rights. I will personally oversee the Ministry of War, and Kakuzu, the Minister of Revenue, will be in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. I already have candidates for the Ministers of Justice and Works. Discuss amongst yourselves for the candidates for the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel. Uchiha Tamaki planned to have Orochimaru take charge of the Ministry of Justice, and hand the Ministry of Works over to Geno. At the same time, in recent days, Uchiha Tamaki also learned the whereabouts of Orochimaru and the others. They had all been captured by Konoha ninja, even the cunning Orochimaru was no exception. The immediate priority was to rescue everyone. Kakuzu, the Land of Waves is temporarily entrusted to you. Is there anything I need to do? No need. Before I return, you just need to ensure that no problems arise in the Land of Waves. How do you plan to proceed? Uchiha Tamaki replied with a brilliant smile. Uchiha Tamaki strolled through the daimyo castle town of the Land of Fire. Compared to the daimyo castle town of the Land of Waves, the Land of Fire's daimyo castle town was far more prosperous, with double the population of the Land of Waves' counterpart. Before arriving at the daimyo's residence, Uchiha Tamaki directly summoned the third stage Susanoo. Boom! Following a massive explosion came an earth-shattering tremor. Ishihide Dato, who was touring the garden with the 12 guardian ninja, was so startled by the massive sound that he fell backward onto the ground. What happened? What happened? Ishihide Dato looked in horror toward the source of the explosion, and then he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life, a 100-meter-tall black giant rising from the earth. What? Protect Lord Daimyo! All of the 12 guardian ninja watched the black giant with rage and alarm. Uchiha Tamaki recognized one of the 12 guardian ninja at first glance. Wasn't that the walking 35 million Ryo bounty? Hiruzen Sarutobi's beloved son, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi felt as if the black giant was staring at him. Wind release. Dust cloud technique. The scene was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust raised by a sudden gale. This ninjutsu was used to block the enemy's vision. Hurry and take Lord Daimyo away. Uchiha Tamaki watched this scene, a line of dark sweat appearing on his forehead. With his vantage point, using wind release, dust cloud technique felt like an insult to him. Bang! Uchiha Tamaki controlled the Susanoo and brought down a massive palm strike. Asuma Sarutobi felt the ground shake violently, and then the dust cloud was blown away. Beside him, a huge palm print appeared, and he managed to survive in the gap between the fingers. The other companions of the 12 guardian ninja had already been smashed into pulp by that single slap. Asuma Sarutobi's legs went weak with fear. So close. Just a tiny bit more, and he would have been turned into meat paste. Uchiha Tamaki reached out and brushed past Asuma Sarutobi's head. Asuma Sarutobi was so terrified he curled up on the ground, clutching his head. By this time, he had wet himself from fear. However, Uchiha Tamaki's target was not him, but the Land of Fire's daimyo, Ishihide Dato. Ishihide Dato was lifted up by the Susanoo as carefully as if he were a chick, grabbed by the collar of his robes. Ah, let me go, let me go. Silence. The Susanoo let out an angry roar. Ishihide Dato quickly covered his mouth, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with a face full of terror. Uchiha Tamaki then looked toward Asuma Sarutobi and the remaining few of the 12 guardian ninja. The Susanoo extended one finger and pressed it directly onto Asuma Sarutobi's thigh. Ah! Asuma Sarutobi let out a hysterical scream. One of his thighs was instantly ground into meat paste. The other few guardian ninja immediately tried to flee. The Susanoo slapped them away, crushing them all into pulp. Asuma Sarutobi's value was not less than the daimyo's, so he was allowed to live. The others held absolutely no value worth keeping. Only then did Uchiha Tamaki retract the Susanoo and approach Ishihide Dato. Ishihide Dato stared at Uchiha Tamaki in horror. He had not expected the attacker to be a mere child. What do you want? Uchiha Tamaki activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Lord Daimyo, do these eyes look familiar to you? Ishihide Dato's pupils suddenly contracted. He was certainly well aware of the massacre of the Uchiha clan 3 years ago. Did this person want revenge for that? My lord, the extermination of your Uchiha clan was not ordered by me. Ishihide Dato cursed Hiruzen Sarutobi repeatedly in his heart. Why on earth did he have to wipe out the Uchiha? Even if he did, why didn't he finish the job cleanly? Now he was being made to take the blame. It was simply outrageous. If he regained his freedom, he would definitely cut Konoha's funding. I am not here to settle old scores with you. Besides, every wrong has its source. I know exactly who my true enemies are. Then what is the purpose of your visit, my lord? Not long ago, my people were attacked in the land of waves, and they are currently detained by Konoha ninja. Since Konoha ninja must have your signature as daimyo to leave the land of fire, I have come to demand their release. Ah, I don't know who your subordinates are. I will immediately order Konoha to release them. Orochimaru, Deidara, Zabuza, Geno, Haku, and Kimimaro. Good, good, good. I will send a messenger to Konoha right now. At this point, Ishihide Dato couldn't care about anything else. As long as his life could be spared, he wouldn't hesitate to order Hiruzen Sarutobi to commit suicide. Then let's discuss compensation, Uchiha Tamaki said. Ah, compensation. You are unwilling. Willing. Of course, I am willing. This is only proper. I am now the daimyo of the land of waves, so you're rashly starting a war and intervening in my internal disputes, harming and detaining my land of waves ninja, requires you to compensate me 50 billion ryo. Ah, isn't this too much? Even the ninja world war only cost tens of billions of ryo, right? Uchiha Tamaki is demanding 50 billion ryo in compensation at once. Did he think money grew on trees? If you don't pay, that's fine too. I will directly wipe out your Ishihide clan, and the land of fire will no longer belong to your Ishihide clan. Ishihide Dato's face turned pale, his lips trembling incessantly. I truly cannot produce that much money. Uchiha Tamaki obviously knew Ishihide Dato couldn't produce that much money. The wealth of the Ishihide clan surely exceeded this amount, but they certainly didn't have that much in cash. Why don't you just tell me which families you dislike? I will take care of them for you, and I will collect their family's wealth. Ishihide Dato's eyes lit up. This didn't seem like a bad option. He wouldn't have to spend his own money, and he could use this opportunity to eliminate his political rivals. He felt like he wasn't losing anything. 058 hostage exchange, you actually played dirty. Konoha received the news before Ishihide Dato's letter even arrived. At this moment, the Konoha F4 were all gathered in the Hokage office. The office was filled with smoke, as Hiruzen Sarutobi was constantly smoking his pipe. Hiruzen, we absolutely cannot let Uchiha Tamaki have his way. If we give in once, it will lead to endless extortion. Danzo slammed the table and stood up, his voice angry and agitated. But have you considered the daimyo? The daimyo is currently in Uchiha Tamaki's hands. If they dared to make a move against Uchiha Tamaki without regard, once the daimyo died by Uchiha Tamaki's hands, none of those present could escape responsibility. We can launch a surprise attack and rescue the daimyo, Danzo said excitedly. What he truly cared about were those Mangekyo Sharingan. Currently, only 3 Uchiha remain, and Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts are unknown. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he only has a single Tomo Sharingan, his talent is so poor it's embarrassing. Yet, the child the same age as Uchiha Sasuke had already awakened the Mangekyo. This was a level of talent never seen before. Furthermore, Danzo had learned from Yamato about the circumstances of Uchiha Tamaki's escape from him. Those were eyes involving time and space, they were definitely an incomparably powerful Mangekyo. If he could obtain this pair of Mangekyo, he could secure the position of Hokage. No, until the daimyo's safety is confirmed, I absolutely forbid you from taking action, Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly. Hiruzen, if we rescue the daimyo through a hostage exchange, the daimyo will only think we are useless. Only by preemptively rescuing the daimyo from Uchiha Tamaki's hands can we establish Konoha's standing. Danzo didn't care about the daimyo's life or death, but if he could personally rescue the daimyo would surely support him becoming Hokage. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained resolute in his stance. Indeed, just as Danzo said, if they could rescue the daimyo using their ninja, it would be a bonus point. But they also could not bear the consequences of failure. Finally, after a bout of dispute, Hiruzen Sarutobi grew tired of the meaningless argument and roared, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo stormed out. Danzo's eyes flickered. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't allow him to interrupt the hostage exchange, he could only make his move afterward. At that time, he would capture Uchiha Tamaki, obtain his eyes, and then hand Uchiha Tamaki over to the daimyo should be able to calm down then. Ishihide Dato's letter finally arrived in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi handed all the people Uchiha Tamaki demanded over to Danzo and tasked him with the handover. Orochimaru and the others were brought out of the dungeons. When Orochimaru saw Danzo's gloomy face, a smile suddenly appeared on his own. Lord Danzo, long time no see. Danzo snorted coldly, take them away. Orochimaru initially thought Danzo intended to execute them or use them for experiments. But when they left Konoha village, Orochimaru realized he had guessed wrong. Lord Danzo, are we heading to the daimyo castle town now? Orochimaru's face was wreathed in smiles. Danzo's gaze sharpened, and he said nothing. Orochimaru's smile grew even brighter. It's Huan, isn't it? He captured the daimyo. Danzo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Orochimaru. His gaze seemed ready to pierce through Orochimaru. After a long while, Danzo ultimately said nothing. Orochimaru's logic was simple. The direction Danzo was currently leading them was towards the daimyo castle town. They, the rogue ninja, were clearly not being taken there for the daimyo to inspect. Danzo wouldn't be bored enough to take them to the daimyo castle town for a stroll. There must be some need for them to be brought there. Therefore, the only possibility was that Uchiha Tamaki discovered they had fallen into Konoha's hands and subsequently captured the daimyo to force Konoha to release them. The one who would rescue them and had the capability to do so could only be Uchiha Tamaki. After a journey of more than 10 days, Danzo and his root members brought Orochimaru and the others to the daimyo castle town. After entering the city gates, a straight, broad avenue led directly to the daimyo's residence. Everyone saw that the daimyo's residence at the end of the road was severely damaged. A smile curled the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Danzo's expression grew gloomier as he led Orochimaru and the others toward the daimyo's residence. Once inside the residence, they saw Uchiha Tamaki and the daimyo, Ishihide Dato, waiting for them ahead. Hey Danzo, you finally made it. Hurry up and return the people to Lord Uchiha Tamaki. Ishihide Dato shouted anxiously. Danzo glanced at Ishihide Dato, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Tamaki. I've brought the people. Now you can release the daimyo, Lord, Danzo said. First, remove the seals on my people, Uchiha Tamaki stated. Danzo's face darkened. You release the daimyo first. Re-up. Uchiha Tamaki casually waved his hand, and a finger flew up. Ah! Ishihide Dato clutched his right hand and screamed, Danzo, you idiot. Hurry up and do as Lord Uchiha Tamaki commands. Are you trying to kill me? Danzo's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Uchiha Tamaki to be so decisive. Remove the seals on Orochimaru and the others. The root members immediately complied, and Orochimaru and the others instantly felt they could use their chakra again. Orochimaru nodded toward Uchiha Tamaki. Only then did Uchiha Tamaki reveal a satisfied smile. Lord Daimyo, I truly apologize. Uchiha Tamaki, hurry up and return the daimyo, Danzo urged, unable to wait to make a move against Uchiha Tamaki. As long as the daimyo was back by his side, he could strike immediately. Uncle Snake, come here, Uchiha Tamaki called out. Wait a moment, return the daimyo first, Danzo immediately snapped. However, Orochimaru and the others, with their chakra seals released, completely ignored Danzo's restraint and headed directly toward Uchiha Tamaki. Danzo also dared not attack Orochimaru and the others. It wasn't until Orochimaru and the others returned to Uchiha Tamaki's side. Danzo clenched his fists, glaring at Uchiha Tamaki through gritted teeth. Is it okay now? Uchiha Tamaki patted Ishihide Dato's back. You are free. Ishihide Dato's face was filled with shock and delight. Really? If you don't want to leave, you can stay and play with me for a few more days. No, no. Ishihide Dato hurriedly ran toward Danzo. Danzo stepped forward. He couldn't rush now. He had to wait until the daimyo was in front of him, taking the opportunity to express his concern. Ishihide Dato ran too hastily and, not paying attention, tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. It was at that moment that Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted because there was an exploding tag stuck to Ishihide Dato's back. Not good. Danzo used a body flicker technique faster than he ever had in his life, instantly appearing in front of Ishihide Dato, snatching off the exploding tag, and throwing it away at top speed. Boom! The exploding tag detonated several meters away, causing cold sweat to break out on Danzo's forehead. But just then, Ishihide Dato, who should have been lying on the ground, raised a short sword without any warning. Re-up! Danzo's right arm flew into the air. 59. You guys even messed up such a simple task. Such a simple mission, and you guys still managed to mess it up. No one expected such a sudden change to occur. Uchiha Tamaki picked up Danzo's severed arm and stored it in his storage spirit tool, then looked at Danzo with grateful eyes. Thank you for the gift. Danzo was furious enough to spew smoke from his 7 orifices, while Ishihide Dato instantly turned into a puff of green smoke. The daimyo is currently in some corner of the daimyo's mansion. You'd better find him quickly, considering he has several hundred exploding tags stuck to him. Uchiha Tamaki really wanted to kill Danzo right then, but it wasn't realistic. After all, Danzo had brought a large number of root members, and some of them were even hidden in the surroundings instead of following the main group. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the people beside him again. Everyone, grab onto my shoulders. Orochimaru, Geno, Zabuza, Deidara, Haku, and Kimimaro all gathered around Uchiha Tamaki, reaching out to grab his shoulders. Flying Thunder God Technique. Activate. Swoosh. Uchiha Tamaki and the others instantly vanished from the spot. Uchiha Tamaki. Danzo's anger surged, and he stared with bloodshot eyes at the place where Uchiha Tamaki had been standing. However, Uchiha Tamaki had only teleported a short distance from the daimyo castle town. Since he was bringing 6 people, even he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport too far, so he had left a formulaic mark there beforehand. Uncle Snake, I personally came to save you. Aren't you very moved? We were captured for the sake of your plan. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Orochimaru with disdain. I haven't even brought up your failure yet. Such a simple mission, and you guys still managed to mess it up. Simple. We had already captured Gato and forced him to hand over his industries and wealth. But he stalled for time and, using some unknown method, called over Konoha ninja, over 100. Konoha ninja. Zabuza's tone was filled with resentment. Why did you let Gato escape your sight? Uchiha Tamaki rolled his eyes. Gato is just an ordinary person. Every one of you is a rogue ninja with a notorious reputation. And you were toyed with by an ordinary person. Haku quietly stepped forward, but Uchiha Tamaki glared at Haku. Get back. It's not your place to speak when adults are talking. Haku mumbled aggrievedly and quietly retreated 2 steps. So where do we go now? I have already taken over the entire land of waves, Uchiha Tamaki stated. The land of waves is now our territory. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you feel the gap between people now? Uchiha Tamaki looked at them with even more contempt. Even Orochimaru was speechless this time. After all, they had failed their mission, yet Uchiha Tamaki had single-handedly taken over the entire land of waves. Uncle Snake, go deal with Gato and his wealth. Are there any problems? That question I asked you 2 years ago, can you give me an answer now? Uchiha Tamaki handed the arm cut from Danzo over to Orochimaru. This arm contains the secret of the Rinnegan. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tamaki doubtfully. This arm of Danzo's was the one upon which he had performed the transplant surgery. And this arm was very special. It was obtained from someone named Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin was not a true Uchiha clansman, his real name was Shin. He was a person who fanatically worshipped Uchiha Itachi. He possessed no bloodline limit but had an unparalleled special constitution. He could fuse any bloodline limit without experiencing any rejection reaction. Whether it was wood release or Sharingan, his body could perfectly integrate them. The Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan, of course, but this process requires many steps, Uchiha Tamaki explained. An Uchiha clansman who awakens the Sharingan has a chance to awaken the Mangekyo after experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. If, at this time, Mangekyo pupils from a blood relative are fused, it can evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. After that, fusing with yang power and nurturing it for several decades, it might evolve into the ultimate dojutsu, the Rinnegan. Orochimaru immediately snatched the arm from Uchiha Tamaki's hand. This arm possessed 11 Sharingan and would release. This meant the arm satisfied all the conditions required to evolve into the Rinnegan. Orochimaru then looked at Uchiha Tamaki. Leader, how did you evolve both eyes into the eternal Mangekyo without a blood relative? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Orochimaru with some surprise. How do you know I succeeded in evolving both eyes into the eternal Mangekyo? Compared to 2 years ago, your aura has become much stronger now, especially your mental force, which has at least doubled. If it were merely the Mangekyo, such a huge increase shouldn't have occurred. 2 years ago, the feeling Uchiha Tamaki gave him was similar to that of Uchiha Itachi. But the feeling Uchiha Tamaki gave him now made his skin crawl. Suddenly, Kimimaro collapsed to the ground without warning and began convulsing all over. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Kimimaro, and Orochimaru said, "Kimimaro's illness has flared up. Bloodline disease." Uchiha Tamaki knew a little about Kimimaro's bloodline disease. This was caused by certain defects in the bloodline. Every bloodline family had some defect to a greater or lesser extent. However, the Kagaya clan's bloodline disease was particularly severe. The Kagaya clan was also known as the Kagaya clan, and their bloodline limit was the Shikatsumyaku dance of the larch. The Shikatsumyaku was inherited from Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it could be said to be a bloodline closer to the Otsutsuki than that of the Uchiha or Senju clans. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a powerful ultimate technique called corpse bone ash, which grew bones from within the body. Anything touched by the corpse bone ash, even a 6 paths level being, would be instantly annihilated. The Shikatsumyaku also inherited some characteristics of the corpse bone ash, but it lacked Otsutsuki Kagaya's overwhelmingly powerful physique. Otsutsuki Kagaya was at the level of the 6 paths heaven, but the Kagaya clan lacked Otsutsuki Kagaya's powerful physique. Therefore, the more strongly the Kagaya clan developed the Shikatsumyaku, the more severe the backlash would be. "Do you have a way to cure Kimimaro?" Orochimaru shook his head. "I cannot do it." Uchiha Tamaki gazed at Kimimaro and suddenly thought of an idea. Kimimaro's bloodline disease was mainly due to insufficient origin source power. If he could help supplement his origin power, could he be cured without medicine? Could he even awaken his ancestral Otsutsuki bloodline? But how could he supplement the origin power? Spirit ring. But he couldn't bring the spirit rings with him. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki realized that he might be able to develop a spirit tool capable of storing spirit rings. He had witnessed Xiao Wu's process of self-condensing a spirit ring, and at that time, he had copied the entire process with his Sharingan. He might be able to combine it with spirit beasts to create a brand new spirit ring absorption model. As for the spirit soul law created by Huo Yuhao in the original story, Uchiha Tamaki didn't have Electrolux to assist in its development, nor could he bring spirit beasts' spirit souls to the ninja world. So, developing a completely new self-condensing spirit ring or a spirit ring storage spirit tool seemed more plausible for him. 60. I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your language. I'll give you one chance to rephrase that. Kimimaro's bloodline disease symptoms lasted for about half a day. Only after Kimimaro recovered did the group set off again. On the way to the Land of Waves, Uchiha Tamaki elaborated on his development plan for the Land of Waves to Orochimaru and others. Uchiha Tamaki handed Orochimaru a storage spirit tool. "Uncle Snake, take a look and see if you can research this. Preferably, you should be able to mass produce it. If you can figure it out, then our Land of Waves will have a pillar industry." Currently, he possessed vast amounts of cash, all extorted through blackmail. However, if this money could not be put to practical use, it was no different from dirt. Orochimaru had long been curious about Uchiha Tamaki's storage spirit tool, and now that Uchiha Tamaki was willingly giving it to him, he was naturally happy to accept. Currently, we have a large sum of cash, so the first step is a comprehensive construction of the Land of Waves. We also need to conduct a strict crackdown. All dark forces must be sent to your laboratory. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Zabuza. "Zabuza, I'm assigning this task to you." Zabuza remained expressionless, but he still nodded in agreement to Uchiha Tamaki's order. "Uncle Snake, I won't restrict your human experiments, and funding will be sufficient. However, the requirement is that you cannot use the common people of the Land of Waves for experiments. If you need experimental subjects, whether they are criminals or purchased foreign slaves, it doesn't matter." Orochimaru nodded. The reason he experimented on Konoha's common people in the past was simply because he lacked funding. "When we get back, you all need to help me set up the framework for a ninja village." At the ferry crossing heading to the Land of Waves, an unexpected person appeared before them. Kakashi Hatake. 2 diagonal slashes were drawn across his Konoha forehead. Protector. The forehead protector was a symbol of a ninja's identity, and drawing slashes across it meant the status of a rogue ninja. When Orochimaru saw Kakashi and his forehead protector, he grinned and turned to look at Uchiha Tamaki. "Yo, 50-50, long time no see. Huan, long time no see. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly. What are you doing here? Catching up. The Sandaime sent me to join you as a spy, Kakashi said. Everyone was a bit speechless. Didn't he reveal too much for a spy? So, what is your decision? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Naturally, to complete the Sandaime's orders. Alright, I happen to need to start educational work in the Land of Waves. As a Konoha technician, you might as well serve as the Minister of Education for the Land of Waves. Zabuza leaned close to Uchiha Tamaki and whispered, aren't you afraid he'll leak information to Konoha? Currently, our Land of Waves has no major secrets. If there is any real intelligence, just avoid him. Orochimaru suddenly sensed something and turned to look at Uchiha Tamaki. Leader, why do I feel like it's the same as when we parted ways in the Land of Water? Are you planning to leave again? I have something important to do. What important thing? Uchiha Tamaki pointed at his own eyes. Evolution. How long will you be gone this time? Uchiha Tamaki estimated that he needed to first travel 10,000 years into the douluo 2 world. He needed spirit tool technology, golden rank second awakening, the 5th spirit ring, developing spirit ring storage technology, and researching the method for self-condensing spirit rings. Except for the 5th spirit ring, everything else needed to be accomplished in the douluo 2 world. About 2 or 3 years. The Land of Waves is currently in a development phase, and war is unlikely there, so it doesn't need me watching over it. I need a bit of your flesh and blood tissue. You really dare to ask for that? Uchiha Tamaki reached out and grabbed his left arm forcefully. Hiss. A piece of flesh was torn off by Uchiha Tamaki himself. However, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After docking in the Land of Waves, Uchiha Tamaki parted ways with Orochimaru and the others. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki activated the Eye of Void. It was at this moment that Uchiha Tamaki sensed that the Eye of Void could perceive 2 time periods in the douluo world, existing in different timelines. Uchiha Tamaki thought of an idea. He could completely use the Eye of Void for time travel. Using the Naruto world as a transfer station, he could travel between douluo 1, the ninja world, and douluo 2 across different times and worlds. Uchiha Tamaki chose the douluo 2 world, landing in the Stardo Great Forest. Indeed, in the future, he must choose a better location for teleportation, otherwise, arriving in the wilderness every time was too troublesome. Last time, Uchiha Tamaki left after absorbing his 4th ring in the mixed zone. Returning to the douluo 2 world, he was still in the mixed zone. Uchiha Tamaki walked out of the mixed zone and arrived at the outer zone. Suddenly, 2 people appeared in front of him. They were both dressed in fine silk and luxurious clothing, most of them young, and without exception, they all wore the badge of Shrek Academy on their chests. The oldest among them was a girl around 20, with willow leaf eyebrows, eyes like stars, and waist-length hair cascading down. Her posture was proud and straight, radiating a surging aura. Uchiha Tamaki bumped into this group of Shrek students, and both sides were somewhat surprised. However, Uchiha Tamaki said nothing and silently walked around them. Kid, are you here hunting souls alone? Just then, a girl about 12 or 13 asked, her gaze assessing Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the girl and silently withdrew his gaze. Yes, Uchiha Tamaki currently didn't want to deal with the people from Shrek. At least until he had the strength to flatten Shrek, Uchiha Tamaki didn't want any entanglement with them. Uchiha Tamaki strongly suspected that the Golden Tree, parasitized by the Blue-Silver Emperor, possessed mind-washing abilities. Anyone who entered the inner court and had prolonged contact with the Golden Tree would involuntarily throw themselves into the embrace of Shrek Academy. Regardless of their original personality, they would subtly become dogs of Shrek. From the Shrek teachers and students in the original work, it could be seen that they were not selfless people. But once Shrek Academy was involved, they became unprecedentedly devout. And this kind of behavior was exactly something the Buddha Tang family could pull off. Do you need us to help you hunt souls? The girl asked again. No need, I have already obtained the spirit I require. Uchiha Tamaki said, walking straight past the Shrek soul hunting team. Zhang Lexuan, who was leading the group, watched Uchiha Tamaki's retreating figure and suddenly called out, wait. Uchiha Tamaki stopped and turned to look at Zhang Lexuan, is something wrong? Magic eye. Zhang Lexuan exclaimed inexplicably. Uchiha Tamaki paused for a moment, then turned to face Zhang Lexuan directly. Magic Eye. Is that the nickname Shrek Academy gave me? Uchiha Tamaki was somewhat surprised. Sister Lexuan, who is he? Zhong Nanan asked. Zhong Lexuan didn't answer Zhong Nanan's question. Her spirit power continuously emanated, and the spirit rings beneath her feet flashed. Yellow, purple, black, red. An 8-ring spirit douluo, and one whose 8th ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring. She was Bebe's fiancé, and she had watched Bebe grow up, always treating him like a younger brother. But a year ago, when Bebe returned to her side, he was like a different person, his spirit and energy withered, having lost the brilliance of youth. After much inquiry, she finally learned what Bebe had experienced. Do you intend to fight me? Here, Uchiha Tamaki did not reveal his spirit rings. If we fight here, all your junior disciples will die, and so will you. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? This time, accompanying Zhong Lexuan to hunt souls were all the elites of Shrek Academy's outer court, all possessing the talent to enter the inner court. Now, being belittled by a youth several years younger than them, anger and unwillingness appeared on everyone's faces. Uchiha Tamaki activated his eternal Mangekyo, and 4 spirit rings flashed beneath his feet. Red, 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 red. I'll give you one chance to rephrase that.